sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to today's live. And of course, Melissa is joining me again. And you guys, some of you guys will come across this, know that I did a live last night with Melissa. I ended up turning it into a members only live because usually when a live like that goes astray, and there was a specific point, and the point was about understanding the video of what is deemed as the flashlights, and
Shut up.
basically,
Mars, enough.
okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say just mute yourself if you're. Anyways, all good. So, anyways, the focus first and foremost will always be about Sebastian Rogers, meaning that it's about the case, knowing the facts of the case as best as we can, of course, but it's all about Sebastian Rogers. And that's the only thing that I truly care about, is understanding what could have possibly happened to Sebastian Rogers with truth and facts. Especially after last night, what I've come to realize, and even after something today as well, what I've come to realize is that this is going to be a win-lose situation here when it comes to this so-called flashlight garbage truck video. Is that you're going to have the side that is going to believe it has nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers because of the stuck timestamp and just what was said. And then there's other people that will live and die on the sword that it absolutely is a flashlight video. So again, everyone is entitled to their own opinions. I will not put up with any trolling whatsoever, meaning people can disagree, and they can disagree in a nice manner and say things in a respectful manner. Yesterday, it was getting quite heated in there. Nothing ever, like I said, angers me at the end of the day, because it really boils down to each to your own opinion. But again, I will not put up with or tolerate disrespectfulness of the chat. So I want to, and when I get to this too as well, well, I want to go back through kind of things yesterday, but adding more things today to it. And I know Jennifer Coffindaffer did a live quickly as well. And we'll talk about that. And again, so this is one of those things that take it however you want. It's totally up to you. The biggest thing about this flashlight garbage truck video is this. If it has no relevance to Sebastian Rogers' disappearance per se, right? That meaning that the time from what people are saying is around the 3 o'clock area versus the trash truck time, is which Seth and Christopher Proudfoot have both talked about. You know, if it's deemed as it's of importance versus unimportance, because that makes a huge difference in people's thoughts and process about what could have happened. But again, today we're just going to keep, like I said, we're going to look at the different things about it. At the end of the day, you simply decide for whatever you want to believe yourself will be totally up to you. I ended up booting quite a few people. Well, not quite a few, but a good handful of people, mostly due to disrespect. But but there's one thing that I cannot stand when people do this. And Brutally Honest did this yesterday. And she went into Jennifer Coffindaffer's live today and absolutely lied. So when we get to talking about Mob Crew, I totally disagree with how SF Investigates was very demeaning and ignorant about how he was talking about Mob Crew. I have not watched Mob Crew a lot. From what I have seen of them, regardless of information any creators putting out, I think that Chris is absolutely doing things with the best intent and that he's a genuine, caring personality. Okay. There's a difference between that and Brutally Honest saying that I was dissing Mob Crew. When we're talking about the actual video, flashlight videos, again, difference of opinion for sure, right? And we're going to go through that. And again, it's your right to believe whatever you want in all of this, but I will not tolerate whatever somebody lying because I had respectfully said that I had like that SF, who is a personality of Christopher Proudfoot, very narcissistic, very arrogant, very much about himself. Now, he ended up blocking me at some point during the live yesterday, which I don't care. On Twitter, I don't care. I can still see his content. Doesn't matter to me none. I mean, I could care less, honestly, about the guy one way or the other. And he probably mostly blocked me, probably because he didn't like the fact, maybe I was, sticking up for Mob Crew on his personality. And I don't think that Chris from Mob Crew at all is trying to do this, for ill intent reasons. I think that he truly is putting information together like anyone else and spending a lot of time on it. Doesn't mean he's right, but it doesn't take away from his personality, which you can see is, someone that isn't very argumentative whatsoever, besides with SF Investigates, because SF Investigates keeps slinging a lot of crap his way, on a personal level. So that part I disagree with, because I find that Chris, when you're listening to him talk, he comes across as genuine regardless of the video. So we'll leave that part at that. And Brutally Honest, I do want to say this in case you happen to sneak in here in a different name. I don't like it when people put words into my mouth, or that I'm supposed to go to the beat of your own personal perception. Somehow that I was supposed to, just totally hate. The focus isn't on SF Investigates. It's not on Mob Crew. It's not on, JLR or J for Justice, anyone, Dolly Vision, that's all reporting and stuff like that on the case. It's about Sebastian. And all we want from all of this is this video inclusive or exclusive of anything to do with Sebastian? And it's about facts, right? And the only thing that we have with Sebastian's case is Katie's timeline, first and foremost, which takes up probably 90% of the timeline. And we don't know how truthful that is or not truthful. But it's the only thing that we can rely on, because that stuff that Katie's saying, and, versus what, the search and different things be from LE and that, and then Seth and Christopher Proudfoot and Katie, like I said, all together, you can only rely on what's being said. And with that information, you're trying to make an understanding of what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Okay, so at the end of the day, again, it's about Sebastian Rogers first and foremost. And that's all that any case I follow means to me the most. I feel bad for families, absolutely. But the thing is, I feel the saddest for the victims of anything that could have happened to them first, like Abby and Libby, like Sebastian. What happened to Sebastian? This case is very disturbing, because even if you were to include or exclude the video, honestly, the only thing you seem to be left with is that we have no idea that Sebastian even left that home. We have no clue, no video, no nothing to know that Sebastian truly left that home. And even with the garbage, that Sebastian taking out the garbage at around 6:30, 7 o'clock. Well, they got home at 6:30, so around close to 7. All that's been said by Seth and even Bobby, the neighbor that has the Facebook group, is that only like a silhouette, just like what Seth said. He couldn't make out that it was Sebastian, but only that it was a silhouette. So there's been no proof to us either that truly that it was Sebastian that took out the garbage. So then it just really leaves us to, honestly, we have, for all we know, Sebastian could have disappeared on the 25th and not the 26th. Something could have happened to him on that date. We just simply don't know, but at least try to have the factual information out there. So, Melissa, I know, hey, Jeff, how are you? And hey, everyone else that's joining as well today. I know Dolly Vision's live right now. He was playing the Jennifer Coffindaffer live that she had done earlier. And I did see that myself. Like I said, we're going to go into a bunch of things. But we're going to kind of start from the beginning, like yesterday. And the reason I turned it into a membership is, like I said, I wasn't happy with that live whatsoever. The point got missed, and I got sidetracked by reading troll, chat comments, or just ignorance chat comments and stuff like that. And it just went more haywire. So I was like, no, you know what? I'm just going to do a redo. I'm not even going to, go back to the video whatsoever. Just move forward and talk about other things as well today. So before we get going, what is there anything that you would like to say, Melissa?
No, I think you said it pretty much just right. This is about Sebastian, and we need to keep the focus on him, and all the trolls or all the people coming in here and hating. Just, you're allowed your opinion, but just listen to the facts and make up your own mind. Don't believe anybody except for yourself, but put the facts that Sunny is putting out there in your head and take it for what it is.
Well, exactly. And you know what? At the end of the day, um, regardless if you're a frustrated viewer of a channel, whether it's this one or another one, again, you know, um, God gave out brains and expects us to use them and use them wisely. So just use your own thoughts to whatever you think. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Again, I mean, for me personally, when I dive into information, you know, I want to get, like, for me personally, I want to get as much info as I can with the correct information. I've spent multiple times rewatching videos and interviews. Back in April, I created a timeline of events, because I wanted everyone to understand what Katie had said, where the times fell into place, etc., etc. I still believe that with Katie Proudfoot, it was like pulling teeth to get anything. Now, I have restricted this live for the moment to only subscribers within the next 24 hours. Why? I just simply, like I said, I'm not in it for any sort of, monetary value to this case and stuff like that. And honestly, I couldn't be asked to have people come in here that aren't regulars of the channel and that want to just troll off their mouths, or even ones that were regulars, right, brutally honest, that want to troll off at the mouth. I just disregard you, and I want nothing ever to do with you again, as far as I'm concerned. Now, if you sneak in the channel with another name, so be it. Again, but if you're caught with your big mouth, you're going to get booted ASAP. Right, Sharon? Right, Jeff? Anyone that becomes disrupted to this live at all, just block them. Okay, because again, we're here for Sebastian. We're not here for the drama of it all. Um, okay, I'll answer this one question, but other than that, we're going to be going through a bunch of stuff first, and I got to get to it. So we're not going to be continuously answering a bunch of questions in a row up until we get to that point, perhaps. But we will look at this one for a second. And just Big E says, with 0 footprints, ma'am. What a kind way to put that. What are your thoughts on him being carried out of that house? Melissa, just to answer Big E on this particular question, what would you say your thoughts are on him being carried out of the house?
I've thought it myself, and I can't rule it out.
It's true. I mean, we don't know. What we don't know, we don't know. And that's just it, right? And this is where people start thinking like, okay, if we have nothing to go on, well, what situations could possibly have happened? Once we look at, absolutely having no camera footage at all from any neighbors of Sebastian Rogers, leaving that home, it's anyone's guess, because this is truly a mystery. Like, out of a lot of missing cases, there's usually things that show, if it's a family member, more so, like there's evidence there or something, but in this particular case, there is truly nothing that we personally know that we could sit there and say, did Sebastian disappear on the 26th? Was it the 25th? There's nothing at all. And it's so strange to have a case where you got in this richer neighborhood where you literally have nothing to go on. And you got all these doorbell cams and cameras. And yet there's nothing to show that Sebastian had left that house. And if he did, how? Why? So anyways, you're welcome. There very are so much puzzling pieces to this case. Absolutely. So let's just go through this again. I want to go through and there's more, like I said, today for sure. But we're just going to start off, okay, with the Pascal show. So this is where Seth and Katie and Christopher were called in by Ellie because of the video that had been going around the internet that Nick Perez had put out there in a small portion of it. So again, think what you want, but I'm going to play it and then we'll talk about it. And then, like I said, move on to other clips and stuff like that. Okay, guys? Okay. So let me hit play to this one. Let's see. I got so many videos up. I think it's telling me that it's on this one. Okay, right here. Okay, so we'll start from the 9-minute mark because that's where it starts. Okay.
We're in the same room with TBI and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, and the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So okay, so it was a cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3:00 was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see. Okay. So then,
he
okay.
wanted people to log in to follow. And
Right.
if he's watching this now, he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road.
And
So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers, just so you guys know.
Okay, so we'll stop that there and go through that in different ways. So some people are under the impression, and again, each to their own, that, like what Remy said here, Ellie just wanted to keep close to the vest. It was an important investigation. Now, Seth said a handful of information within the video. So when I had been talking to Jennifer Coffindaffer on the live that Jennifer was on with us, and of course, thank you very much, Jennifer, for that. Now, I had said 2 hours. It wasn't that specifically that came out of Seth's about 2 hours, because I didn't meaning because Seth had already said that the video was when the trash truck came, that obviously, like he said, that doesn't happen at 3:00 in the morning. That's between 5 and 5:30. Hence this. Okay, so let me take this down for a second because I want to be, very clear, crystal clear. So let me just pull up a picture here for a second. And thank you, Melissa, for helping me gather some videos today and some screenshots here. So I truly appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I'd asked Melissa because I've seen this multiple times. So you guys can all see that the timestamp on the 311 is dated 2024 02/23. Okay. So on Monday was the day. So the timestamp was stuck, and it was stuck at 311 from the 23rd. Okay. So that's why, hence, this whole 311 thing. So if anyone didn't know that, okay, about the time being stuck, it was on the 23rd is when it stopped at 311. Now, Nick Barris, again, so Nick Barris had said that it was like at 3 o'clock, and maybe that's just because he was simply looking at the timestamp of it, wasn't even equating the 23rd. Who knows? Who knows? We know that he zoomed in, and he took from the camera recording, he used his phone, and he took a recording of a crop, like a zoomed in part of that what's deemed as the flashlight video. Okay. So again, I'm just going to give you exactly what Seth said. And again, you guys can do whatever you want with the information. So of course they had been called to the TBI to, because we don't honestly know why, but for me, this isn't rocket science here. Is that a video was put out. Everyone underneath the sun was showing basically this video of the flashlights, not this, this is a secondary part. Okay. So obviously the one that Nick Perez put out and with cropped in version, and it didn't have any time on the screen or anything like that, of course. And so basically the internet went wild. And to me, of course, TBI would call them in, again, my opinion, because of the fact is that, like Seth, he wanted to know, does this flashlight video have anything to do with Sebastian or not? Because of the Nick Perez video that was put out there. And so they had called them in to show them, hey, this isn't the 3 o'clock time, and that they had the reason why they had known the time was different was because of the trash truck that TBI showed. And like Seth Rogers said, the trash comes between 5 and 5:30, which we happen to know now is 5:12. Okay. So obviously this is a stuck camera from the 23rd, not the 26th. So again, and that's according to TBI, that it was when the trash truck came, which would have made it at 5:12 area. Now, again, take whatever you want with a grain of salt or not, but then he said that they were shown now they must have used February 9th for a reason. So like they were talking about, TBI took February 9th from the same camera, and then with, of course, February 26th, meaning this misdated one, in a sense, our stuck camera, and showed them. And there must be a reason again why it was the 9th. Like, why wasn't it the 11th, the 12th, the this on there? And so in saying that, what did you say? I love you on camera, Mel. I know you don't like to be on camera. No, she doesn't mind sometimes on there, for sure. But okay, so where was my train of thought on that one? Okay, so right, they took the February 9th and 26th. They showed him it in daytime and nighttime, and had lined up to show them about the lights. Now, this is where I'm going to take this down, because for anyone that wasn't aware about the 23rd, the stuck camera. Okay. So now I'm going to go to let's see here. We'll go to,
Hey, Sonny, can I interject something real quick?
sure.
Okay, so you ask why they would possibly use February 9th
Right.
instead of another date. So February 9th is 2 weeks prior to the 23rd when it broke. My feelings on this, and I might be wrong, is they're trying to show they just went back a random date. And they're just trying to show, look, it worked here. Look, it worked here, but it's not working here, which is right before Sebastian went missing. I don't think 9th really has anything to do with the issue, just
Oh,
kind of like a comparison for law enforcement.
yeah. So my thing with that is absolutely what you just said, but meaning, so why didn't they go back to like the 20th, like, or the 17th? Meaning, why specifically did they use the 9th to compare it to the day, considering there's those all those other days in between? What would make them pick the, like, the 9th, considering this camera's always running? So what made them pick the 9th versus the 11th daytime, 13th daytime? That's that's the part that I'm not really sure of. Like, but like, do you know what I mean? So it's just a matter of why that they would use the 9th. I don't know the answer to that. Obviously, we heard Seth say to daytime to nighttime, but why specifically the 9th? What was on the 9th that wasn't on the 10th, 11th, 12th? I don't know. That's the only thing that I kind of, would be curious about. But either way, so he said daytime, nighttime. Now I'm going to take down this picture. And again, Melissa had sent me one from Gray Hughes, because I was, like I said, getting her to do stuff. I was working today and stuff like that, and I was just trying to get ahead of the game for tonight's live. Okay, so we know, I don't watch Gray Hughes myself, okay, but I did know that he had made a video about this, and I probably did watch some of it at the time. So Christopher Proudfoot and Gray Hughes were talking on the phone. He also said about this flashlight video, garbage truck video. Same thing that Seth said, is that what they were shown where these lights were. Okay. So basically, Gray, took from the video to the home that's right there with the truck behind it. I'll make this bigger just so that you guys can see it better. So you can see here. Let me just go back. I want to go to here so I can do it myself. Okay. So here's the truck here. And then Gray kind of had put the truck right here, because obviously you have to angle it properly because the camera's angled a certain way. Okay. So what Christopher, Seth, and Katie were told was that, those two lights that are flashing, right, Melissa? The two lights that look like they're two floodlights. Okay.
Yeah, the ones that we've decided are
Right.
floodlights.
Okay. Right. So if you guys are thinking about Nick Perez's video, there's the floodlights that are off to the left. Now, that doesn't mean that they're in the exact positioning right here, because it's probably more so from this house than it is from over here. But again, it's the best comparison. So as Gray and Chris are talking, Gray had sent Chris over the imagery of how he projected what Chris was telling him. And Christopher Proudfoot said pretty much spot on exactly to what TBI had told him. So you see this dot right up here, which is what we would deem as subject 2, I believe. Subject 2. Because subject 1 would be this little white dot here. Like, hold on. How come I'm not being able to zoom this in? I should be able to. Zoom this in better. I guess it won't let me for whatever reason. Oh, here we go. Okay. Second. Why is it not zooming in more than this? I don't understand. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways, so, oh my goodness. Escape. Come on. If I close that down, did I just take it away? Oh, hi. Yeah, I did. Okay. Sorry, my screen behind me was being, a pain in the butt there, but whatever. So let's go back.
We're both having technical difficulties today.
Well, just give me a second here. Cancel. Well, yeah, I actually said I was making it small screen, big screen, and then I'm like, why can't I zoom in on this? This is ridiculous. Normally, whenever I'm dealing, like right now, okay, like I'm trying. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm clicking on it. He admitted to cheating Anthony Schott's profile. Like, I don't honestly know what is going on with this picture. So let me close it off again. 1 second. I don't know why it's doing that all of a sudden. Let's see. Nope, that's not the one. Present, share screen. Why the Windows doing that? I have no idea. 1 second. Let me go back to that. Oh, it's like I close off the picture entirely, I guess. Okay, so let's open it up again. Open it up. See, it just wants to open it up in big format. Oh, I see. Okay. Wow, whatever. Stupid things sometimes. Let's do this. This is obviously. Oh, there we go. There we go. Why were you giving me grief, computer? Why? Okay. So again, I mean, obviously, the picture of the truck here and is back over there. So really, truly, this truck, right, is, parked probably a little bit different. You can tell because this one in the Google Maps is got it kind of in the corner or parked differently a little bit. Anyways, so basically what Ali had showed them, right? Remember, because this is just Gray Hughes trying to interpret from Christopher Proudfoot approximately where these lights were. And so these ones here were the floodlights. And when they're talking about the garbage truck, okay, and this is what's not going to make sense to me in a second. So this light up here, which is on Honeysuckle, is the one light that's kind of coming through the bushes or whatever, because obviously the road is back. They're saying is the garbage truck. And then this here it's another light off of whatever home. That's another stagnant light. So this does confuse me just a little bit. Again, because this is just an interpretation, but Seth does say that, they showed us, they used daytime. They showed us exactly where those lights were. Hence, based on the fact that the garbage truck comes at 5:12. And that's how that was used to determine, because the video was stuck from the 23rd, right? So this particular one here, however they showed it to them, because obviously so let's go to you guys. So we have explained that part. So let's go to this for a second here. Okay. Share screen. Okay. So let's go to this. We're not going to get into anything that he's saying about Mob Crew. Okay. Again, whatever he wants to do and attack is his own whatever business anyways. So SF investigates, right? Who's been, you guys know, there's different people working boots on the ground. Basically, SF investigates is definitely for the Proudfoots, whether, I don't know that they're paying him or not, but he's there to try to figure out what happened to Sebastian. Now, regardless of the fact that I think the guy is one of the biggest jerks in the world. Like, honestly, he's to me, he's just a Christopher Proudfoot, big mouthpiece, but trying to look beyond all that stuff. It's a matter of putting out facts to a case. So whether you're the biggest douchebag in the world or you're the nicest person in the world, it's all about, to me, the facts of, Sebastian Rogers' case. So he said, despite the homeowner who owns the camera repeatedly insisting that the video was recorded around 5:10 a.m. because the trash truck enters the frame in the unseen portion. We're not talking about the second video here. As far as I know, we're not talking about no second video that was on Kelly Lynn or whatever like that. Maybe, perhaps, they were shown that one too, because Seth did make a comment that the trash truck was on the other road, but did he mean honeysuckle when he was referencing that? Anyways, just going by what this says. Because the trash truck enters the frame and in the unseen portion of the footage, Mob Crew claims that the timing is impossible due to how dark the footage appears compared at 5:09 a.m. from the footage from a different camera. Okay. Oh, compared to, okay. From the different camera, which is the secondary one where you see the garbage truck going by. He argues that the brightness in the 5:09 a.m. proves that the sun was coming up. Okay. However, the 5:09 a.m. footage was recorded on a true night color surveillance camera, which is designed to shoot at high ISO settings and make complete darkness appear as daylight. I disproved his claim by showing the 3:30 a.m. Uber footage side by side with his example. Even at 3:30 a.m., the true night color camera makes the sky appear bright. In contrast, the lights video was recorded on the old infrared IP camera operating the RBG mode. This type of camera does not enhance the light and was pointed at the dark asphalt street. Now he says Mob Crew also falsely claims that the sun was rising at 5:12 when the trash truck passed, attaches the evidence that the sunrise on February 26, 2024 was at 6:21, which SF gave receipts for that, right? I mean, you're not going to sit there and bullshit the internet when it comes to, times that you can find of what time the sunrise was for that day. So that would be an easy find. So in saying that, what he's saying is that when Mob Crew admitted that he was wrong on that, okay, good on him. And so at 6:21 a.m., which with dawn, the first light, and at 5:55 a.m., the trash truck passed 40 minutes before dawn, meaning it was still completely dark outside. And then that's when he gets accusing blah, 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 blah. Okay. So at the end of the day, the thing that, well, of course, will stick out to me the most here would be, despite the homeowner who owns the camera repeatedly insisting that the video was recorded around 5 a.m. Okay. Now, what I would love out of all that is for the actual owner of that video to verbally say it out of his mouth, because that in itself would shut a lot of people up or not based on that information. Right, Melissa? Like the not Mob Crew, SF Investigates, I can understand, has talked to this camera neighbor. That would seem very plausible to me because he's showing other footage of the Uber and he's got his hands on as well, right? So obviously he is talking to these people about the camera footage. Now, so in saying that, it's how much you rely on SF Investigates information, but it is in conjunction with what the TBI had told Seth, Katie, and Chris, is that the way that they were able to determine the time on the video was because of the trash truck. So even if the trash truck is higher, in a sense, up on the honeysuckle, and that hence why they probably used the night. Maybe it's because they could see the trash truck better on the night and time. Anyways, they were able to align the video because of that. So if you take what SF has said about the trash truck video and the owner, and you take what TBI has told Seth, Chris, and Katie, and them coming out saying that they had shown them, right? Then it's just a matter of you either believe it or you don't. And that choice is yours. So for this part of it, Melissa, do you have anything more to say about this, or, to talk about?
No, I agree with you. There's some key facts to look at. One being the 510, like you mentioned. The other being, it says the unseen portion of the footage, which means we're not seeing it, right? They seen it, but we're not. And yeah, it would clear up a lot if the homeowner would just come out and say, look, himself or herself, and say it was at 510. You could see the trash truck, yada, yada, yada. Or if the homeowner would release the full unedited version of the footage with the timestamp so people can see it.
Correct.
Me personally, I do not think the police are going to let him do that as far as release the unedited version. For whatever reason, I just, like, my gut tells me that's something he's been told not to do. Probably after he released this portion of it.
Possibly. So it's kind of like you have two sides here. The side that believes that basically Ali lies to you, and that they're trying to protect this video and giving a false narrative to truly that they're looking into it. I myself, from my personal opinion, I don't agree with that. Myself, okay, it's my opinion. Because as I said last night, I cannot believe that they would call Seth and Christopher and Katie into the officer department there, and then have them watch a video, as both of them have stated, show them exactly where the lights were, if they weren't trying just to simply disprove that it wasn't any evidentiary value. Because what cruel punishment would you do by feeding the parents this, false narrative to that? I cannot see TBI doing something of that sort. So again, that's my personal opinion. And same with you. Like, this isn't to me about holding something close to the vest. I personally see this myself as Nick Perez put out a video. It caused a lot of disruption to the Sebastian Rogers case. Seth and that were wanting to know answers about this video, right? And if it had anything to do with Sebastian. They were called in because, and that's why, to me, that they came out, did that press conference, and put out that letter that said that they have been shown all the videos, looked at all the videos, and none of them have any evidentiary value to it. And a lot of people do want to place emphasis on certain things that Craddock said, or take away from what Seth and Chris have said in this about the video and stuff like that. And I just, and like I said, to me, that seems a really nasty thing to do, to falsely call them in there so that they can shut the internet up and try to secretly talk about the flashlight video and stuff like that, based on the fact that it's correct that it's the 5:12 area when the trash truck comes, in a sense, or in that area. That seems highly unlikely to me that they would do that. That's just my personal opinion. Do you agree or disagree, or is there something different in there?
I agree with you, and let me clarify. I don't think law enforcement is saying not to release the video because it's got some secret, crack to the case or key to the case in it. I'm saying I believe that the unedited version, the full version of this video, is not being released to keep the misinformation at bay, because the internet got a little bitty, teeny tiny piece of this screen, and went haywire. So I believe law enforcement may or may not be saying, hey, just don't release it. It's just caused too much information. It's causing false leads. It's causing misinformation. It has no evidentiary value. And I agree. They called the parents in there to show them so that the parents aren't sitting there going, this is on the internet. This is what the internet is saying, to put their minds at ease of this has no evidentiary value, because I don't believe this video has any evidentiary value, because they're saying it was actually 510, not 311, that you could see the trash truck in an unseen portion of the video, and that it has no evidentiary value. They've said that. Have they backtracked a little bit? Yeah, probably. But that's not the point. Law enforcement doesn't want misinformation out there, because misinformation is not going to resolve this case. It's just going to cause more panic, more, I can't think of the word, but it's just not going to do anything.
Well, Seth made it very clear in that interview with Pascal that he was upset, and he was referring to Nick Perez. Okay. Some people want to put that as JLR and stuff like that. No, he was upset with Nick Perez and thought that basically it was about clicks and views. And the reason why he was upset, of course, is because of, if you're getting called in by TBI and then you're being told about the garbage trucks type of thing, and you have someone promoting that it's flashlights, he stopped taking his calls. He wouldn't talk to him. Nick Perez, if anyone's ever been to his Facebook page, he lays out that, Seth is no longer taking his calls in there because it was true. So because at this point, Seth is really pissed off about this whole, drama kind of going on with this all at the end of the day. Now, to go back to Remy stuff. So Remy, the reason why the garbage truck video from the other camera, that where you see a garbage truck going by. Okay, so let's make this clear on this part. There is another video on Kelly Lynn where they're showing a garbage truck going by. And this has an, amazing camera definition versus the little shitty camera that's coming from the side of the house on Stafford Court. Now, when someone says it's too dark around 5:30, this again is a shit camera, and he's using a phone, and he's zooming in on that specific dark area on the phone, right? So again, that's just perception of the eye. Now, that is why SF Investigates wanted to show why a good camera, and like Seth said, you can see the road. Like on the actual full footage video of this Nick Perez video, the full footage of it, he's like saying, you can see the road, So you can't really understand the fullness when somebody's zooming in and it's dark and it's coming from a secondary camera on top of being recorded on a shitty camera, right? So that's my perception of that for sure. And we'll get into that as well, Remy. It's so dark because it's a recording of a recording. Absolutely. If anyone knows that too, right? You lose quality anytime, not only from if it's coming off of a more of a crappier camera versus a good camera, which is showing with the garbage truck that's running down Kellen Lane there. And we're gonna, like I said, get into this part now. Waste management garbage trucks are big and must display flashing lights. In the video of lights, don't blink. Again, going back to Gray Hugh's picture, that according to TBI, the trash truck is on Honeysuckle. It's behind, even though it's February, it's behind homes and trees. And you know how when you can see something, right? That's what basically TBI had shown Seth, Katie, and Christopher. So it's not like when you're looking at that small video of Nick Perez, it's not like this big flashing truck is coming through, you know, like right before your eyes and stuff like that. That's not what it's showing. What they're saying is that that one dot that's above, the one that's deemed as subject to, is actually on honeysuckle, and that one light, whether just because of how they show, or see, remember, again, the video that Nick Perez is showing, right? It's just showing a bunch of darkness and a couple lights. Nobody truly has an idea where those lights were coming from until, of course, Seth, Christopher, and Katie were shown it. It just, for me personally, and Alexa, I'm going to ask you your opinion. Jeff, I'm going to ask you your opinion as well. So does it not seem to me to be a little bit ridiculous that they're going to call them into the office, you know, department, and that they're going to lie to them and tell them that, look, here's the 9th, here's the date, the time is stuck on the 23rd, but let us show you where those lights are for you so that you fully understand, so that when you leave this office, you do not question it no more, that that flashlight video had anything to do with Sebastian Rogers, because it was a false information that was put out there. Again, it's totally up to you guys to take whatever information's out there, you know, for yourselves, just like I am doing. And that's what, you know, Melissa's doing. So, and you can respectfully disagree 1,000%. So, but if you're going to disagree 1,000%, right? What information do you have that says it's the flashlight, that they are flashlight? So what proof have you come across to say that it is a flashlight video? So meaning, if the parents are speaking about the flashlight in TBI, and those are the parents that are telling that information, what proof do you have that overrides that information of the parents and then TBI, right? Because it's okay to disagree, but what do you base that on then? That's all I'm asking. You know, where's the basis coming from that then? Okay. And I'm confused that there are no flashlights around home. So now there are no flashlights around home. Well, so at the end of the day, okay, now this is where it can get a little bit, the placement of the lights. So again, go ahead, Melissa.
So I understand what she's saying.
Mhm.
I'm assuming she, based on the picture here, because I thought so as well. Until we
Same.
pulled up last night the view and went over it, and the movement of the lights and everything else matches up perfectly with a different theory. And it was enough to cause me personally to change my mind, because I was fully convinced that this was the trash truck I was seeing until we went over it last night. I don't know if we're going to go over that again tonight. That's not up to me, but I understand where you're coming with that. Just all I ask is that you keep an open mind, finish Sunny's live, and then maybe tell us if your mind changed.
Okay. So going back to a couple things here. For anyone that watched the mob crew yesterday, you know, he had the information in front of him from SF Investigates. Admitted, you know, okay, about the Uber. Okay, so whatever, I was wrong on that, he said. You know, obviously the time of day you can't dispute, because obviously, like, say SF Investigates, you know, the sunrise was at 6:12. It wasn't at, I think Mob Crew said 5:13 or something like that. Okay, right? He mans up and says, look, okay, I was wrong about that, but, right? So anyways, but there is some discrepancy there on this. Okay, so again, anyone that does watch or has Twitter, you guys can all go to SF Investigates yourself. Even if you, like said, don't like the guy, whatever, just read what he's put. Okay, he talks about the Uber and the actual time. So we know that the Uber is at 3:33, and that there's this other vehicle later on. Now, right here in this particular
Well, they're actually
video,
almost shining into the camera, which causes light pollution.
Okay.
Look at these lights. Through this
let's
again
here.
multiple
So this
times,
camera
but
is coming off a
even
different
looking at this
place.
surveillance footage, where look at these.
So this one's coming off of the camera off of Kellen Lane, okay? And this is about basically SF going, here's my receipts, you know, basically suck it up, basically mob crew, because I got the receipts and I'm going to disprove your information. And basically, for the most part, mob crew was like, kind of like, no, you suck it up. I'm proving to you differently. Now, again, it really just boiled, like, you know, it's a fact that I believe that SF has just been on the attack, right? SF does not have a pretty mouth, okay? His mouth is very vulgar, and he is, like, honestly, he's probably one of the rudest people that I've ever seen talk on Twitter. Like, he's very aggressive, very, it's like a kid playing in a sandbox, that it's like you're a private investigator, but you act like a 2-year-old. That, you know what I mean? And so I could care less about that stuff, to be honest with you, because again, it just, all I want to know is the facts. Shut your pie hole type of thing to SF Investigate and just give us the facts, you know, of information. And I don't even want to call it facts. I just want to call it, give us the information. Okay. Now, this camera is on Kellen Lane. Now, so this is what basically at 5:09 in the morning, right? And totally different road, right? It's the one that's going past Stafford, and it's showing like people's lights on. They're getting a lot of people are getting ready for work at this point, and it's showing that the vibrancy of one camera versus the lack of vibrancy on the Stafford House camera that's on the side there. So how that, you know, lights and that are impacting how bright everything looks because it's a better camera. I mean, there's obviously some lights, you know, bursting at it there. But anyway, so that was to show the difference. Now on this video, this secondary video, that's when you see a garbage truck fly by down on Kellen Lane for that one. Okay, so just to... So this was about showing what the time of day looked at, but knowing that this camera, so for instance, if this camera would have caught Sebastian walking down Kellen Lane all the way up to the construction site, it would have caught Sebastian on camera, okay? Why? Because again, not because it's this bright at 5:09 in the morning. It's just because, again, the light's coming at it, that this camera's high definition, and it's, in a sense, bright, like magnifying the brightness of it, okay? So it's not like this is as lighted as it is per se, but definitely if Sebastian had walked up Kellen Lane, I hate that name. It drives me crazy. It doesn't roll off my tongue well. They definitely would have seen Sebastian, you know, and kind of like I said, you know, even with the bad camera on the house, it's brighter than what it looks because it's zoomed into darkness into a small little piece of a video that was taken versus the whole image of the camera. And hence why Seth said that, you know, you can see the road. So if you can see the road, then chances are you're going to see Sebastian if he was to come that way through there as well. But the discrepancy here that I do want to point out for sure. Well, hold on. Did we see the garbage truck go by? Okay, it's going by right here. I think it is. Let's see.
I've gone through this again multiple times, but
maybe not.
Even looking at this surveillance footage video, you can tell
there's
the
the garbage
difference
truck right
between
there.
the lighting. You can tell the difference between the lights. Just playing a clip of the and then in this left corner here is me just playing.
This is the garbage
clip
truck right here,
and video.
right?
You can tell the difference between the lighting.
Lane or whatever it is.
I've gone through this again multiple.
But that's not my point. The rest of that I want to make for that. So here, of course, is the time for the sunrise, sunset. I want to go down to here. Okay. So on this part right here, he starts talking about, it appears some content creators have realized that the evidence in okay, blah, blah, blah on that one. On November 21st, 2024, we produced an 8-page analysis, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Our analysis concluded that 2 of the lights drawing the most attention in the video, one was a fixed mountain light, while the other was likely a flashlight being moved around the area. I've attached a copy of this analysis. And then he says, while I cannot share all investigative details, I can disclose another important evidentiary finding about the lights video. Through the lights recreation video conducted by Cletus Crabtree and Clue, as well. Hey, who, like, I've heard the name Crabtree before, but I'm not exactly sure who he is. As well as further investigation and interviews, we've learned from a direct interview, that a neighbor on Stafford Court took the trash can to the curb just minutes before the trash truck arrived. The individual used a flashlight while moving their trash can from its storage location on top of the elevated driveway. So, Melissa, this is where I want to come back to you, because if you have Seth and your, especially Christopher Proudfoot, according to Gray Hughes as for Christopher Proudfoot, if they are told that the trash truck, that one light that's up top, that's subject to in so-called video, how can that be a trash truck at the same time that it is a flashlight where somebody's taking their garbage down and back up? 2 things can't be true.
Not as far as that goes, no.
Right.
Because,
So
I was fully convinced what I had seen was a trash truck until we went over this.
Yeah. So, Melissa, can you just quickly resend me the Nick Perez flashlight video? That's one of the ones that you sent me yesterday. I think he's definitely a dirty player. Now, does that mean that he's making up a bunch of lies, in essence with Sebastian's case? Again, I think to myself, okay, this guy might be one big jerk for sure. Okay. And he's probably proud of it. In fact, he should not be proud of it, because I've seen the way he has spoken with people. And honestly, I find it really embarrassing when somebody is in the public like that, and then they're acting and they're posting every other minute, almost like coming across like threats, like, I'm going to show this and I'm going to do this. Kind of like what Nick the Hat says. Okay. Kind of, like the way he's attacking like Nick the Hat and some other people. I just find that, like, grow up, just put out your information and shut up, basically. Put out your information that's important. Like, the only person that seems to care so much about his drama is himself. And I just find that quite embarrassing, especially when you're claiming that you're like this a private investigator and that you find these people. I just find it quite embarrassing, to be honest. That's maybe he doesn't, but I'll just be embarrassed for him for that, because I think it's embarrassing. But anyways, so two things can't be true here. The TBI couldn't have said, well, the video is up on the hill on Honeysuckle, and then SF saying, well, we've had a direct interview saying that the guy is coming down. Did you send me that, Melissa? If not, I'll find it. Okay, did you just send it?
Yeah, just sent it.
Okay, perfect. And I sent
both of them from yesterday.
Okay, that's okay. So this is the one of the truck, though. I don't want this one, because that one is just zooming in. Okay, so I don't want that one. I just want the one that Nick Perez put out. No, I don't want 34-second video. No, let's see here. Yeah, I just want this one right here. Thank you. Okay. So the only one I want to play is this one right here. Okay. Okay, so I'll make that a little bit bigger for a second, and we'll just play it out. Okay. So these lights here are what supposedly is the stationary, lights on the home. And then number 2, according to TBI, is the flashlight. According to SF, it's some guy with a direct interview that had a flashlight in his hand that was up on one of those driveways that goes up, and an elevated driveway. And that this one over here, I think, was a light off of, either it was a stagnant light, or if it was off of some sort of building too. But anyways, so I'll just play that out and take us off screen for a sec. Hold on a second. I can't really fix that unless I do this. Hold on. Yeah, I have to do that because my little light thing is in the way there, it looks like. Sorry, gotta come back. Okay, so let me just gonna start that again so we can see that better.
And keep in mind, guys, this is not a still camera. This is somebody holding a camera recording a screen.
One second here on this one, okay? Because something's not making sense. Let's play this out and watch number 2, subject 2, okay? If the lights on the left are that's stationary on a house, that to me more aligns with actually SF versus garbage truck up top on Honeysuckle. That doesn't seem right about a garbage truck on Honeysuckle. Because look at the level. Just think about that. If you're looking at a house which is just down from the corner, right? And yes, it's zoomed in, but it would have to be higher elevation. So that's more accurate. Go ahead.
For me, those two lights up here, which I had pointed out to you that I thought was the trash truck yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Anyway, when we went to the street view and you showed the house and you showed where the floodlights were and where subject two's house is, where he's bringing the trash down, they almost do align for being there. But I don't know if you're going to go into that.
Hey all, and welcome to tonight.
How did it start playing that? Okay. Yeah, because just to watch it just a second again, okay? Because I'm just trying to think, if you got lights on the house, right, which I understand, and you can tell, then this comes down, okay? That ain't no, to me, honeysuckle thing to me personally. And this is exactly why. Because this is very important to know if it's inclusive or exclusive to Sebastian. You know, just in the sake of, you know, if it has no evidentiary value and it doesn't matter, then it's just time wasted on something that doesn't matter, right? That's why this video is actually really important to have it clarified. But anyways, hey Jude, hi Victoria. Okay, so we've seen enough of that. Now, so in saying that, I will pull up, well, maybe I'll just pull up stop screen. Maybe I'll just simply pull back up that picture of this one. Oh no, here, maybe I'll pull up the picture of, okay, I'll first pull up the picture of this one. Okay, let's see here. Oh, okay. What? Why is her thing? Oh, right. It's because it keeps wanting to play another video after that. Okay, so to the left, of course, is the house with the camera, right? The truck right there. So, oh, I hear coppers. They're coming for you, Melissa. Okay, this one right here. Okay.
Sounds like a vacation to me. 3 hots and a cot. That sounds like a good vacation right now.
So basically, and this is according to, I think, more so like SF investigates for this part. So if the lights are bouncing off of this home here, the 2 lights, this is the driveway here, I'm believing, going by the fact of the elevation. That say this would be the driveway where he says he had a direct interview that the guy took a flashlight a few minutes before the garbage truck was coming and went down and then back up. Now, everyone knows that in that flashlight video, people are going, subject 2 comes and then subject 2 goes back to the Proudfoot home. That's how they've been projecting it. So that makes sense to me, to more what SF is saying than a garbage truck that's on a higher elevation. So why is it lower than the light to me? So, right? So that it's, I mean, if you're going to put stuff out there, we have to put out, you know, the pros and the cons to why something seems more believable than non-believable, you know, with the information. Okay. So let's get to Jay. Go ahead.
Okay, why you've got this pulled up. So I agree that the 2 lights are on this kind of beigeish colored house here. Okay, as the floodlights. I believe subject 2 is coming down the driveway, like you said. Now, everybody keeps talking about subject one. So in my theory, I don't know if you agree or not. I'm curious to see if you do. I think subject one, first of all, he's holding the camera and he's like this, right? So it's not from a fixed camera. I think subject one is actually a stationary light either on this brick house or on this gazebo. And when he's moving the light, I think the brick house, because when he's moving the light and it goes off for a second and then turns back on magically, I think it's because he got behind the top of the gazebo. I believe that that light is on that brick house. What do you think?
I agree. Like that's where I would probably agree with you for sure. Is that's how I would see it as well. That Nick is recording it, and he's obviously, you know, like you're shaky. And I believe that SF actually says that that's a stationary one. And honestly, I think Seth was saying something about stationary for sure as well, probably referencing that. So I do agree, but let's play that one more time now that we just talked about it and showed it. Okay. So let's just do that quickly again. So we'll watch it one more time based on what we were talking about. So think about this. If someone's coming down, right? Puts down the trash and then starts heading back up once he's put down the trash. Because you also have to think about truly where that camera is facing, and it's certainly facing the court, like that. What do they want to call it? The green area, green belt area.
The common area?
Yeah, the common thing. So subject to.
And keep in mind, on this one part of the screen underneath those two lights where you see these other quote unquote lights, that's a reflection of the vehicle from the bigger picture.
Right.
I just want to make that clear to everybody.
Anyways, okay. So we'll stop that. Oops, where did it go? It's going to start playing her again.
Hi, y'all.
Sorry, Laura. Or Lawyer Lee on there. Okay. So just to go back to it one more time. Back and forth and back and forth. Share. Okay. So, right. So that makes sense to me, you know. Now SF did say that the garbage truck was it was on the footage but not in the video, like meaning what they saw. So again, take whatever you want to believe, but it does seem more likely to me that that's the light coming off this home or this home. You know, this guy does walk down, like, you know what, you just kind of have to put it together yourself and then come up with what you come up with, right? And then the other one I believe is coming off of here, because at the end of the day, this guy's camera, right? This guy's camera, it's not facing like here. Like, you know, it's not directly facing like that. This guy's camera is literally going up the street, just like Seth says. It's going like right up the street. So that makes sense to me about that part of it. And now, okay, so now we're going to put the twist in it here a bit. And we're going to play.
Now, Sonny, to answer Remy real quick while you get that set up. Remy, sure. I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I don't disagree. When he's coming down, right, it looks like it's behind that house because that house is blocking the camera. He's putting it where you see his driveway isn't the end of his driveway, okay? Because to be at the end of his driveway, you'd have to go past that house where the view is blocked. That's why it looks like he's putting it in the backyard and not the curb. He's really putting it on the curb, but because of the angle of the camera, you're not seeing that. Does that make sense? And that is my opinion. You're welcome to yours, but that's mine. Just keep that in mind when making your decision on how you feel.
Okay, hold on then. Okay, 1 second. Let's do something else before I play the other thing then. We'll go back to Google Maps here.
So the footage she's playing of the actual video is what has been released. It's kind of one of them. I found several of them today and sent them to her. It's just one of them that I found.
Okay, so that's the home. Camera's facing this way. We know that. So, right, so it's facing up here. So we're going to go to see more dates. And we're going to go to this one. Okay. So if we were going up the road, right? If someone's bringing their trash down, this is exactly what it's saying, right? Is that if someone's bringing their trash down on there, so it's kind of like it goes up, then the camera. So remember how we see it in the video? And again, this is just giving you the example. You can go look at this stuff for yourself. Anyways, so according to the direct interview that he said he had, said the guy took out his flashlight, took his garbage, to the bottom over here. And then like most of you guys see the light go back as if you guys think that it's heading toward back here, right? So, I mean, it's one of those things visually in your head, so think about it. If a guy does have a flashlight and he's coming down, there's going to be parts there where it's going to block out for a second because of trees and whatever, and then he's heading back up. So meaning you see the subject too come like on an angle down, you can kind of tell there, but people have associated it with as if it's coming from the back of Sebastian's home. Well, his camera doesn't even go that way. The camera is literally, right? You guys know, right? It's facing up here. Like the whole camera is facing this. You guys know from where the camera is on his house that it's not going this way. It's coming up here. So whatever area it captures is going to be, in a sense, within this area, because that's where the
Hey, Sunny, they're asking about where did you get this footage? Am I able to post the link to the full video?
For which one?
For the one you just showed with the light footage.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know where you got the footage. Come on now, Smiling. Don't be being a smart ass at all. Okay.
Smiling, just to be honest, honey, I have watched about 20 of these videos today, so I actually had to go back and find it for you. Because I've watched so many of them trying to get this footage for Sunny.
Well, first of all, if we're actually talking about the footage, right, the actual footage, all you need to do is go to Nick Perez's Facebook and pull the actual footage that he posted himself. If that's the footage you're talking about the flashlight video thing. I mean, it's honestly, it's not that hard. Go to Nick Perez's Facebook page. You'll find his video there underneath his videos, and you can pull off the exact video yourself if you want to look at it. I would recommend that versus another creators, to be honest. Yeah. Well, it sounded like you were. Well, no, because it doesn't matter to me, to be honest, Smiling. I've been down this road about this enough times. So that for you, this is tit for tat for me. All of us have seen that video. I have many lives showing this flashlight video from Nick Perez. At this stage of it, I honestly don't care if I show Twiddle-Dees or Twiddle-Dummers one, to be honest with you, because it's the same darn thing. The thing is that I'm not here to do your homework. I'm just putting out information, and whatever you believe to be true or not, go investigate it yourself. Go watch Nick Perez, go read SF. That's all I'm saying, right? Is that I'm not here to go to the beat of somebody in Chatstrom. I'm just here to show the information. And yes, if anyone wants to watch the actual footage, go to Nick Perez's Facebook. Everyone knows that video came out from there. I don't think that I need to show that exact video because I had asked Melissa just to grab me that video, but it was just for the sake of explanation. It wasn't going, okay, here's the exact video, because obviously the real one, he's, and he plays it on his channel as well. Okay. So like I said, for me, could care less about that part for today. We've already shown that. Anyways, moving on past that. And you're allowed to type the word ask, or maybe it won't let you type that actually. Now let's go to, we're going to go to Bobby. Okay. We're going to go to somebody who actually says something different on J for Justice. Remember Bobby from JLR? She's the Facebook person that has, speaking on JLR and has been speaking a lot. So let's do that. And I want you guys to hear what she had to say. Okay, well, second. Gotta find it. Oh, well, let's just play it. Yeah. Security visual. Let's just play this quickly, actually. Just because that was popping up. So we'll just play this from the start, 34 seconds. Melissa, again, you guys, for anyone coming in, this camera is stuck on the 23rd at 3:11. So I find it quite ironic. This is what I find ironic. So people are portraying that the flashlight video is at 3:11, pretty much, on the 26th, right? So although this footage is from the 26th, it's funny how people are associating the exact time that the camera got stuck on the 23rd as if on the 26th, where we know this camera is stuck on the 23rd. It's funny how they're going, well, you know what? Let's not think about the 23rd 3:11 stuck time. Let's just create our own 3 o'clock time for the 26th. Like on that one, right? So when people keep saying 3 o'clock, where is anyone getting the 3 o'clock time from? And that's a question to you guys, to be honest with you. If this camera is stuck at 3:11 on the 23rd, what makes you think that the flashlight video then is at 3 o'clock? What information do you have? I'm being honest, right? If we're trying to dissect this stuff together, then what information out there says that this video is at 3 o'clock? Because we can't use the timestamp and say that it's at 3:11 on the 23rd.
Just like you said a while ago, two things can't be true at the same time.
Nick,
right?
Does not true. Right, two things cannot be true. Exactly. So first of all,
you can't accept the 3:11 and discount the fact that it was on February 23rd.
Right.
As 3:11 on the 26th, like you just said, they both can't be true at the same time. People are only paying attention to this little piece that they want to pay attention to and discounting the rest instead of paying attention to the whole picture and taking all of the information into account.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just it. And that's all we're here to do. Like I said, everyone's going to walk away with whatever they want to believe. And that's absolutely everyone's prerogative. Okay. But again, so if you're putting stuff out there, you have to also ask yourself these questions, like what makes sense, or questioning things, because it really just boils down to this. With this video, take it however you want it. Take it as a flashlight video. Take it as what Seth and Christopher said as the garbage truck video. Find your own proof. I'm just showing you the different places that you can look, as well as showing you the information. And Nick Perez, he did not have a video that had the timestamp on it. He only ever showed the little video of it. Okay. And then this one here, I'm not even sure who put this one out. To be honest with you, I honestly don't remember if it was Nick or if it was somebody else that showed the timestamp on it. Because obviously if Nick's in his home, he's more than just taking a picture, you know, like that video of the zoomed in part. He's going to have that whole screen, I'm sure, as a video saved on his phone for sure, you know, and the camera crew or whatever.
The one I found for Nick, Sonny, is this exact camera footage that you're about to show. The only problem is he cut off right below the date and time. And then he's only showing in the video that everybody is saying is flashlights is this little bitty teeny tiny corner up here opposite the date and time, because he had cut that all out.
Yeah.
So that basically, in my opinion, nobody could say, oh, well, the date and time are wrong. But that's my opinion.
You know, so I was going to say, so, you know, however you guys want to deem it, obviously, if you guys believe the Uber truck or the Uber vehicle at 3:33, and then there was another one around the 5 o'clock, somewhere in the 5 area that was another vehicle. Okay. Seth said that there was no movement on the recording besides the trash truck. So again, I took the trash truck, just like SF said, that we didn't see it in the footage. But hey, you know, like I said, who knows? It would just be nice if there was truly consistency, because if the video didn't happen at 3 and it doesn't have any relevance, and this is where when Craddock said, you know, about the video, like, it has no evidentiary value. You know, Nick says to him, you know, like, could it? And he, you know, and basically it was like, possibly. And, you know, if it does at some point, then we'll look at it again, type of thing. I don't see this as some hidden secret that, you know, so yes. So if that video, regardless if it's flashlights or a garbage truck, has anything at all to do with Sebastian's disappearance, I'm sure that they would reevaluate it. But at the point in time, I did not believe that they would call in the parents just to deceive them, to make them believe that they're watching a garbage truck video. They obviously are smart enough to line up times and stuff like that. So I can't see this being one of those things like, shh, they really didn't want the public to know because they're investigating this and they're just waiting for Chris and Katie to hang themselves. I'm not underneath that impression myself. Again, if you are, so be it, no problem. That's just not how I'm seeing it. I'm not seeing the TBI playing dirty pool like that and you know, misguiding the parents by purposely manipulating them to come in. Where'd you go? There you are, Missy. Anyways, so this here was, again, just we'll play it out. This is got the timestamp there where you guys see it, 3:11 again. So why are people so convinced that the flashlight video is at 3 o'clock if there's nothing to show that? Right? This is where it would be nice. And again, if you believe SF investigates, he spoke to the owner and the owner said, you know, that. But we also hear, you know, Binocular Bobby, I think her name is, talk about something different again. So we're going to stop that. And I'm going to go over to where's my J for Justice on this one.
And smiling, I'm not trying to be a smart ass there when I answered you. I'm just simply saying I spent hours upon hours today comparing those two for Sonny to make sure that we had the most accurate information. And that's what led me to believe that Nick Barris's original video is of the 23rd at 3:11. And you can tell that from a bunch of different videos that he's put out. So I don't want you to think I'm being a smartass. I'm just saying I can't go and spend hours explaining how I know that. Just do your own research on it. She's just trying to provide proof.
Okay, but let me just ask. because Smiling Sue says, then how can you apply the 23rd to Nick's video? I have never seen any flashlight video from the 23rd because he didn't show the date and time on it. It's clearly from the same house. It's clearly the same video with the same lights. You know what? I'm not here to hurt my brain with you. You go figure that one out, okay? I'm just
I can
and
I can explain that one because I do understand what she's saying.
Yeah.
The date and time are taken off of that one, okay? So, Smiling, what hit the video that's been released that most of the public has seen of the flashlight video that does not have a date and time is just that little bitty teeny tiny piece of the screen instead of the whole video. The whole video is what has the date and time. But what everybody is circulating as the flashlight video is just a little bitty teeny tiny corner of the screen. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. What? From the 26th.
But back to what we're talking about.
Yeah. Anyways, bottom line is it's the same video. One shows the date, one doesn't. So it's just a matter of understanding that. And that obviously it was the 26th, but it had the stock date. But in Nick's, it didn't show it. But anyway, I'm over that part of the conversation. So no offense either. But honestly, I got a bunch of stuff to show there, Smiling. So I'm just gonna carry on.
I don't see him putting guests on that have narratives for either Seth or the Proudfoots at this point.
So this
went to dinner at Texas and then supposedly came home, and then her car came in the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out after that. But they don't know who it was because you can't tell.
So no evidence. Any neighbor, including yourself or any, because you all talk, the neighbors talk to everybody and say there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I mean, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on.
I really hope she had a really good point. Like, did anybody go back? Because remember, there was talk at one certain point about there being footage from earlier Sunday. One of the parents was asked about that. Like, why do you think that they want video footage from earlier in the day on Sunday? And I remember that the subject was changed, and I can't remember what parent it was that said that. If you guys remember, put it in the chat. Let me know. Thanks for being here, guys. Please hit that like button. Yes, JLR and Magnolia have been talking to this lady for months. I mean, he met her twins. So I'm thinking you have to have some faith in the fact that he's not going to push an agenda.
A runaway teen. That was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking actual him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street.
An unidentified car sitting on her street from Kellen to Stafford,
facing the entrance, somewhere around 3:30 or so. And then the flashlight.
So you know that. So this is Jay for Justice playing JLR's Live with Bobby, okay? And in the background, you'll hear a dog snoring, just so you know, FYI.
Were actually seen on the neighbor's camera, 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never, ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you in the email their rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them if your trash is like in the front of your house.
Oops. Whoops. Sorry.
Lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that there are two different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour and 42 something, they're like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from two different directions in between the yards. They do whatever they're doing around the car. The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. I'm sorry, backs up Kellen and leaves.
Do you hear this? She said there's 2 incidents. 2 incidents. Oh my God.
And then
just FYI, members, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to have a members only deep dive on this ish. Okay. We're going to be looking at the ruckus video. We're going to be looking at the full frame video. We're going to take her information, our notes, and we're going to look at this and try to figure out what the hell. If we can. We're damn sure going to try.
Or so hours later, as the sun is just beginning to come up, you can see the trash truck. And she said, but the trash truck goes past her driveway. She said, you can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down. And then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up. And then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back. And then you can see all the police come in. She said, it's very obvious. So I asked her why the police are saying that that's trash truck. And she said, I don't know. I'm baffled. Because I tell you right now, there are 2 different circumstances, and that you can tell there are 2 different time frames.
Wow. Because we've heard from Seth Rogers, and Seth is adamant.
So what bothers me is I never heard the police say that. Does she actually say that the police told her that? Because the only person that I've heard say that is Proudfoot and Seth. Didn't Seth also say it was the trash truck? Nothing to see here? Let me know if Chris and Seth both said that. I believe they both did say it was the trash truck. But then when Nikki was asked, Nikki Craddock, yes, I called him Nikki. When Nikki was asked, he said, I can't. Nick Barris asked Nikki, can you tell me what those lights are? He said, nope. Barris said, why? He said, because the investigation is ongoing. Right?
Okay, so that was on Jay for Justice. So now, didn't she just make your brain hurt there a bit? God, that woman speak. Well, she was sped up. You can tell that Jay for Justice was playing it at like a faster speed. Listening to that. On there. Why is it not coming? Oh, I think it's this one. Okay, so I will drop the link for anyone that ever wants to go listen to Jay for Justice on this part, or you can go to JLR, right? And you can pull up, the neighbor video there. And again, but it just becomes in your head, do you believe TBI? Do you believe, the neighbor? And then this other neighbor going, well, I don't know why they said it was a trash truck. And then this is just where a bunch of misinformation happens. Because what you guys didn't hear was that Bobby had said, so I don't know, like it's probably a man and a lady. So I'm not sure if SF Investigates, when he says, that direct from the camera owner, that it was at 5:10, right? So was he speaking? I think that honestly that they were speaking with the husband, because I'm pretty sure I heard the word he. And I want to go back to something first, Smiling Sleuth or whatever it was over there. That actually, if you go watch the actual news thing, Nick Barris will tell you in his news clipping, he'll literally tell you that the camera was stuck. Like he says it, but he doesn't show you the time in the thing, but he tells you that the camera was stuck. So I think that's pretty enough verification by the same token. I just wanted to point that out now. Melissa. So, okay. Sorry, let me finish what I was saying there. So what you didn't hear that I heard earlier on J for Justice is the wife saying that she doesn't know how the footage got leaked. So that's Bobby saying that about because she's friends with the person that owns that camera in the house, like the female. So the female from the camera house, according to Bobby, says, I don't know how that footage got leaked. Right? Right. And even J for Justice is like, what? Like, that obviously doesn't make sense. But I do believe it was the husband was the one that didn't know how to pull it off. But whatever, right? But obviously there's something totally wrong about that being said, because nobody dipped into your home and stole that footage and leaked it out. I mean, anyways, so I wanted to play you that because, you know, if you're listening to Bobby, it's like, you know, you'll have to go back and listen to it probably in slow motion just so you can understand what she's saying. But she's all over the map in a lot of ways, right? She's very hands and talkative and, you know, does speak a lot. It's like when somebody like myself is trying to get something off your brain and you're just like blah, 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 verbal diarrhea shit coming out. But anyways, what do you make of that? Or do you need me to play it again? Or are you good?
About she don't know who leaked the footage part?
Well, not that part. The part about, well, there's two incidents. There's one about the car and this and that and the time and you know, and then she basically says, you know, well, so where did Seth that get that about the garbage truck? Like if we
there are two incidents.
Yes, there are.
She's not lying. There are two incidents. There's the Uber, and then there's the trash truck. And
correct.
Seth himself said he's seen the full video, the whole thing, and that what we couldn't see, he's seen the trash truck. I don't know what more people need. It's coming from the parent who is proven to be at work, is on video camera, has no reason to lie whatsoever, has told us that the time was stuck, that in the full video, the whole screen, that you can see the trash truck.
Yeah.
I mean, there are two incidents. So she is technically telling the truth.
I mean, there is.
Because there's the Uber and there's the trash truck. Those are two separate incidents.
Right. And the Uber is of Kelly Lane, Lane. Yeah. And
but trying to say that those two incidents are mixed into one video seems to be what she's trying to say. And that's not, in my opinion, true.
Right. And this is what makes it hard is because, again, right, it's only as good as their information coming from someone. And so I do want to say this because so remember, this is third-hand information. So I want to go to something else just to reiterate about that stuff as well. Let me see if I can find it, which one I have. Security, not that one, not that one, not that one. This one right here. Okay. So let me show you this. Okay, from same person. Right here. Okay. So this is on Sweetie Pie Lowe's thing, right? As you can see up here, it says Miss Bobby. And if you can make out the name, because she shows it, this is from hers as well. But anyways, so what this says was, I was told by a close by neighbor the morning that she saw Katie outside with police when she went to take her kids to school. She stopped and asked what happened. Katie told her she told Sebastian to go to bed around 9 p.m. She fell asleep on the couch. Oh, Oh, right. If we go back to so you guys, this is where we're talking about lies coming in or mistruths. Because if you guys remember on the Duchess, and again, take this with the grain of salt that you want, okay? But if you guys do remember on the Duchess, when the Duchess was first talking with Katie and Chris, so she says, so tell me whatever about the night with Sebastian, da 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 da. And she goes, and you fell asleep. You said you fell asleep on the couch at 10 o'clock, right? And then now we know that Christopher said, okay, we know that Christopher said that at 9:43 or 9:46 is when he called, or him and Katie had their conversation, okay? And that it was close to 12, right? Not 3 hours, people. Let's get our facts straight, right? 2 hours, 2:15 minutes at best, okay? Tops 2:15, all right? That one annoys me when people, because 45 minutes is a huge difference when someone's exaggerating about a time frame like that. So people don't listen, and it's 2 hours tops to 2:15, okay? Hours. Anyways, so then at some point, then Christopher goes and says, well, like whatever he said there, like, let me clear that up. Like, yes, I was talking with, the mom, however he put it, till close to 12 at night. She was falling asleep. So I told her to, get up and put the dogs up. Okay. So yes, Katie, yes, mom was falling asleep. Okay, wait a second. So Duchess instantly had started off with saying, so you told me at 10 o'clock that you had fallen asleep on the couch. So in 14 minutes, pretty much in that conversation, I guess she was cutting logs, snarking and snoring already or whatever, passing out, sleeping. That doesn't seem natural though, right? So even though this is coming from Bobby, so there was the neighbor, like she said, that exactly had said, like, what's going on. And she said, Katie told her. So this would make sense if you were to kind of line it up. So how could you be falling asleep closer to 12, or was 10 o'clock truly the time? There's somebody that's not telling the truth here, right? So if Duchess comes in saying 10 o'clock, you said you fell asleep, and Chris is like, well, that's, the mother did start falling asleep, but that was like close to when I start, whatever. Okay. So, one of them's not true, but then on top of that, you see this here. Let me just go back to the video I'm on. I think it's this one. Come on, this one. Oh my goodness. Oh, this one. Okay. Right. So Katie was outside with the police when she went to take her kids to school. She stopped and asked what happened. Katie told her she told Sebastian to go to bed around 9. She fell asleep on the couch, never mentioning the conversation between her and Chris. Right. And that's always struck me as strange too, that never once did Katie ever bring up the conversation. The only person that has ever brought up that conversation, and that was from the Duchess as well, the only person that ever talked about that conversation was Chris. That's it. Katie, in no interview was she ever talking about her calling Chris and anything. Why are you omitting that part? Why are you omitting that? Like, meaning these are questions, right? It's 2 hours. Well, 2 hours isn't a long time to me if he's away and she's calling him, because I would be doing the same with my husband if he was away, trust me, right? Because that's how much I do like spending time with my husband. But we don't know what happened during that conversation. That's the problem. We don't know if there was a plan in action. We don't know if they were talking about their marriage crumbling. We don't know. And unfortunately, we can only rely on, Chris would probably say that they were talking about roses and butterflies and Skittles, right? When we have no clue what they were talking about. But the thing is that it's these inconsistencies. So how does someone say 10 and Katie never talks about their conversation ever? Only Chris brings that up. So why is she always so willing to say, Sebastian came out of his room and said, "Good night, puppy. Good night, mama. Good night, puppies." Right? But yet she never, ever brings up that she was on the phone talking to Chris. That's a huge amount of time. Like, all someone would literally say naturally would be, and me and Chris were talking on the phone, type of thing. Like Sebastian went to bed. He came out of his room. Me and Chris were on the phone. Like at some point you think that would ooze out of her mouth, but it never did. Just like the first time we learned about her doing schoolwork. So you can take of that what you will, but the thing is that Christopher made it sound like close to the end of the call that Katie was like as if she was falling asleep. When you're on a phone call, talk to someone and you're like, "Oh, I'm so tired," and you're kind of nodding in and out because you've been talking for a while type of thing and probably a long day. Okay, I can grasp that. But literally the Duchess came into that conversation saying, "So you said that you fell asleep on the couch at 10. And then you have this neighbor that's saying the same thing. Well, she's not saying 10 o'clock, but she's saying that she fell asleep. There's a difference between falling asleep and actually falling asleep or almost falling asleep in my eyes, right? Because I can just visualize each of those happening. So to me, there's some mystery there. But anyways, so Katie told her Sebastian to go to bed around 10. She fell asleep on the couch, never mentioning the conversation between her and Chris. Woke up at around 11:30. Now see, this is where, now again, this is somebody else saying it because this part doesn't ring to what we've heard. So it says that she woke up, okay, around 11:30 to check on Sebastian, which she previously said she didn't do any more now that he's older. He must have been awake because the light was on, according to this neighbor's ring camera. She said she told Sebastian to go to bed, that he had to get up the next morning. She walks across her house to go to her room to go to bed. And this is where I think like the light video, that like meaning when I say light video, that the neighbor that has the camera across the street says that Sebastian's light went off at 9:08 and close to 12 is when, like about 11:45 or 11:48 or something like that, is when the living room light turns off. So anyways, she walks across the house to go to her room to bed, and she's walking through the kitchen. She hears a loud noise. She yells back at Sebastian, asking him what it was. He says, "Nothing, Mom." And she says, "Go to bed." So she does, according to the neighbor close to them, that the ring camera shows the lights going on and off because it's so dark. This neighbor also mentions seeing a silhouette in the front room, possibly dining room window, for a couple of minutes. Then all of the lights go off. Neither Chris nor Katie had ever mentioned any of that. Okay. So again, take it with the grain of salt that you will on that stuff. But something happened to Sebastian regardless. Okay. So I tried to reach out and she hasn't answered me back, but I tried reaching out to Bobby on this name right here, and just to ask her if I can clarify a few things with her. What I'd really love is, get your ass and you go talk to the camera person and you say, "Tell me, right? Is that 5:10 or is that 3:00 in the morning? Come on, 5-6 hour drive's worth it."
For me, real quick, Sonny. Okay, so Bobby is saying that Katie Proudfoot never told her about the conversation she was having with Chris, right?
Say that one more time.
So in this, the way I understand, I read better than I comprehend it better when I read it. But
yeah, I know.
You're saying that Bobby said that Katie Proudfoot did not tell her about the conversation with Chris on the phone, correct?
The neighbor. Right.
Okay. This is just me speaking here from my point of view.
Yeah.
If my son was missing, and I can speak from experience, but I'm not going to tell my neighbor the entire thing. Well, we were on the phone and da 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 da.
Right. Of course not.
Okay. The fact that I'm on the phone with my husband might not be something that at that exact moment seemed necessary. As far as what's more important to tell the neighbor, when he went missing or that I was on the phone with my husband. So I can almost, and God, I hate that I have to say this, I can almost understand her leaving that part out at that time.
Yeah. I mean, I agree
God,
with
I
you.
hate to admit that.
No, because that's absolutely true. So for her, like, meaning when she was, so it really depends on exactly, because the neighbor basically asked like what's going on here, and then Katie basically said, I went to wake up from Sebastian. We've heard as well with all this information that Katie went out of the house screaming Sebastian. That for a week she left a blanket and shoes outside. That there was screens on the windows, like meaning the typical fly screens or whatever. But the striking thing about that, so although it doesn't bug me here that she wouldn't have mentioned that she was talking to Chris, because like you said, that's something that you're not really going to think to talk about as you're saying that your child is missing. But the striking part always about that particular conversation is that never once did Katie ever bring it up herself. She never in any interview that whether she was going through it, like skipping over Sebastian's day, whatever, like she did multiple times, so you can deem that as someone that is either being more private, even though your kid's missing, and holding back information. Or you can deem it as, what do you got to hide, Katie? Why are you not talking about these things? Why in no interview, besides Christopher bringing it up multiple times, why have you never said, when an interviewer from the news channel and that has ever asked you about the day, never did you ever mention this to why? Why? That is strange to me, that a person literally avoids ever mentioning that, but she'll glide over Sebastian's day, and all that stuff. And it's only when she gets pinned down, like when Nancy Grace kind of pinned her down and was like, well, what else were you doing, type of thing. And it was like, well, I was studying for this course that I'm taking, nobody had ever heard that up until that point. And again, you could tell that they were nervous because they were like two little school children, like almost like going, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. No, I'm talking to you, Christopher, not you, Katie. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It was the most absurd interview that way for how they were acting. But I think that Nancy kind of pulled a few things out of them, and it was stupid. Like Christopher Proudfoot, for instance, when they were talking about Katie's vehicle, make and model, well, we can't divulge that information. When he left to go to Memphis, I can't divulge that according to FBI type of thing, or TBI. They don't want us to divulge. So it's stupid shit. It's just random stupid shit that kind of comes out, right? And anyways, so you guys can go watch that on J for Justice or JLR's channel, again, with Bobby talking, but take that stuff with a grain of salt, because it's not what you would deem as factual. It's stuff that you put to the side and go, okay, like maybe I'll, it kind of goes with this and that kind of makes sense to it. Again, to me, anything that is deemed as somewhat like as factual as we can get has to be out of the horse's mouth. It has to be something we hear. We don't know for sure that SF talked to the neighbor. In my head, I believe he did. Yes. Because, he's on Kitty and Chris's side, basically over there trying to figure out, he's showing a video of Uber. So he's obviously getting footage from these neighbors. So it does make sense that he did talk to the person. But then if you listen to Bobby on J for Justice, And she had said that, well, the neighbor doesn't know how it was leaked, the one that owns it, and she's friends with her. Come on now. Like, that does not make sense. Obviously, it came out of your house. So that doesn't make sense, you know. But as for the 2 incidents, and then they try to explain it and can't understand it, again, take it with a grain of salt, because they're trying to smash their brains together. Meanwhile, to me, TBI has probably about 20 times their brain capacity from all the people that are working on this case versus, you know, the neighbors that are trying to figure out, you know, Sebastian's timeline. And I don't blame them. Of course they are, right? Like, the neighborhood's in an uproar. This child is missing. Nobody can make sense of it. And everyone's just trying to figure out whether it's Bobby, whether it's any neighbors, whether it's boots on the ground people, SF Investigates, Nick the Hat, you know, CJ Avil there, you know, all the different people, narc divers. So it's all the different people that are trying to find answer. But in the drive to find answers about Sebastian, this is where we get overloaded with information. And a lot of it, then you have to decipher. Well, where's the truth? Who's telling the truth? Who's thinking that they're telling the truth, but they're just repeating something that they heard that they thought of as truth. Okay. Let me see here.
Hold on.
I know
I got one more question here.
Oh, yeah, go
one
ahead.
More question
Sorry,
while you're on this screen. Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to read the part to me again, because I can't see it, where she talked about the noise, because then I want to read you something after you tell me that.
Sure. Okay. So let me just find it. Okay, so where she talks about the noise. Okay, so right here it says she walks across to her house to go to her room and to go to bed. As she's walking through the kitchen, she hears a loud noise. She yells back at Sebastian, asking him.
That's good.
Okay, so that's not how it was told, though. This is just, again.
Okay.
So that's not how it was said by Katie, but go ahead.
Okay, so let's just say that a noise, right? She said a loud noise, right? According to Chronicles with Olivia at 2:25, Katie Proudfoot said he was doing something in his room because about an hour later, after she had told him to go to bed at 9, so this would be around 10 o'clock, about an hour later, I heard, quote unquote, some noise. I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. So we've went from some noise, loud noise, thud. What are some other, like, she keeps changing what this noise is.
The one that sticks out to me is the word thud, because on Nancy Grace, she then uses the term again and says it was just a thud. It was just, because that one sticks out to me the most, to be honest with you, because when someone goes, it was just a thud. Okay. A thud is not equivalent to just a thud. A thud is one of the heavier noises. It's different between hearing a toy fall on the ground, something like that. But a thud means that basically, right, like either you fell out of bed, that either something closed or something that created a loud noise, whether it was an object that dropped on the ground, but it was a thud. And usually when you use that term, so right, again, it's like, you know, somebody jumping maybe off the bed to the ground, somebody rolling out of bed and hearing a thud. So there's a difference when somebody uses the term just a thud, you know, considering that obviously seemed to be relevant or included for a reason at some point during the whole interviews, right? The thud didn't come into play right away. It came in like a few interviews later, the thud. So yeah, so you know,
when
it's
you
just
have a special needs child, it is never just a thud, especially with a special needs child.
Right. It's not just a thud, you know. So I get it. So now, okay, so is there anything else you wanted to add before I go into another one?
I just wanted to clarify what that had said compared to the notes that I had taken yesterday.
Okay. Now, this next video we're gonna watch, and I came across her before, and her name is a Titanium Built. Okay. So there was this video that was out on Court TV, and she said she tried to find it everywhere, couldn't find it, but at least she had a copy. So this is, of course, Tony and Seth, and they're talking about, well, I mean, you'll get to see it in a second. Where's Sebastian? But anyways, so this is Titanium Built. Again, I come across her, I think with Delphi, Idaho case, I think it was on there. And so anyway, so just want to put that out there for that. So J for Justice, JLR, Titanium Built. But anyway, so let's listen to this. We'll probably start and stop this one as it goes, of course, okay? So out of my many tabs that I have here, my goodness, I got too many. This is this one. Okay, so let's make this bigger and we'll start playing it. Let me make it louder. Okay, I agree with her. This is pretty harsh, this one.
Bullhorn Betty. And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this?
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And
okay, hold on. So do you guys agree? Would you guys agree with that in chat? Okay, and let me just say this. There's 26 on Twitter. Hi, Twitter. And 72 and It's a Crime and Shame. You guys, please don't forget to hit the share, whether you're on Twitter or whether you're in the chat. Please hit the like button as well. Again, it's just pushing the information out there into the algorithm, right? So that people can see all different views and points of views about the Sebastian's case, which is very important. So there's lots of creators that do good coverage with the case and stuff like that and try to bring awareness to the case. So that's really keeping it alive as well. And as well as trying to push out the information like here it is. Go look at it yourself if you want and stuff like that. But in chat, do you guys feel as well that Chris and Katie haven't really been doing anything in a sense to help, show that they're working hard for finding Sebastian? So obviously, yes, you do, or no, you don't on that one. So I'm just curious. So I remember her from Alexa, look in your messenger for a sec. I just asked you if you had time to come up as well. If you don't, that's fine, but just take a look at your message and answer me on that one. But yeah, Bullhorn Betty, I don't know all abbreviations. Yeah. On that one. So, right. Oh, and in this one, this is where we actually see Katie and Christopher like in the courtroom there. But anyway, so your thoughts on whether you feel like they're contributing to really truly trying to help find Sebastian, or not. And
I don't think they are. I based that on, this case has got a lot of coverage. And I think if they were out there truly searching and truly putting up flyers and truly wearing the shirt for Sebastian, there would be more on it. There would be less of this courtroom drama against somebody and the lying. And there would be more, they would be doing more of what Seth is doing, getting out there and talking. And Seth does work for the police department. I'm not sure what he does, though. I think I don't know.
He's a deputy. Deputy sheriff. Mm-hmm. In the correctional side or whatever. Yeah.
But I don't see them out there doing things. Mm-hmm. And I think that if they were truly out there trying to find Sebastian, we would know it because there would be proof of it. And it wouldn't be how Chris put it, we are looking or we are working on this case. And he said on the Caitlin, the Hands interview that they are looking. Well, that was 11 days into it, and there was no proof then that you were doing it. And there's even less now.
Right.
Whereas Seth is still continually out there trying to find his son.
Hey, Ben. That's how I personally see it myself. And again, I do want to apologize in the sense of, and hello, Ben. Yeah. Nice to see you, Ben. I do want to apologize. I do have this on 24-hour subscribers only. Honestly, I'm just not here for drama of people, and I'm just trying to limit the drama being talked about in this case when it comes to the chat part of it. And so I've limited it just to the people that are already subscribed and not for anyone that has an opinion. Based on yesterday, I just really don't feel like dealing with people that are just ignorant trolls and stuff like that during this live. And I just want to keep it on point to what we're talking about and not getting distracted by, the people like that were in chat yesterday, some of them. And, but anyways, so we'll play this out a little bit more, of course. So
Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two.
Right. So as all you guys know, is that Seth first learned about anything to do with any CPS reports and, and to do with Christopher taking the belt to Sebastian and stuff like that. Like, he had no clue about that until he heard about it on a live. And I'm not sure which live that was. I don't know if it was Smiley's World. I think it might have been Smiley's World, but don't quote me on that because, like I said, there's been too many different ones to remember from a year ago exactly. But anyways, so he wanted the truth, and so he wanted to get the reports, and hence that's why his strong opinion, what he's saying right there on there. So to you guys in chat as well, of course, based on the information that has come out in regards to Christopher Proudfoot, would you be as upset as Seth is based on finding out that there's all these CPS reports out there and knowing about Sebastian and the belt and then him not saying it or him telling it on Smiley's World, and then on Nancy Grace he claimed amnesia and that he acted like he didn't know how many reports were out there. So Seth wanted to see these reports. Do you blame Seth for being angry? Do you feel like Sebastian was in an environment that was toxic for him?
I think Sebastian was definitely in a toxic situation. And as far as Seth goes, I think he's keeping it together really well, because I don't think I'd be as calm as him. I would have probably had an assault charge. So I think he's keeping it together really.
Yeah. I mean, just for my general consensus stuff, I've had like 3 fathers in my life: my real father, my stepfather, and my mom's other partner that she was with for like 20 something years and stuff like that. So for me, I always put my heart into when I'm listening to Christopher Proudfoot talk and how he talks. And also there's that post that's from the person that took on the snakes. Remember when he took Sebastian's snake away, and then he acted like nice about it, and then the person that actually where he gave the snake to said that that they were always hoping to give Sebastian back the snake, but that Seth and that they never took Sebastian to ever see that snake again. Or sorry, not Seth, Christopher Proudfoot. Sorry, never had called, never inquired, never took Sebastian ever back to see that snake again. But we can look at that post another time as well. But anything that I see, knowing that I've had a lot of stuff happen in my life with different dads and stuff like that, and Christopher Proudfoot is definitely somebody as a person, as a human, and as many times as he's been married and stuff like that. I think everything that we've come to know with his attitude, his arrogance, his narcissism, his aggressiveness, the way he has spoken to females, the way he's talked to people in general, is just somebody that is just, like beyond being on the bottom of your shoe, and the scum that you wipe off of it. That's as much as I think about Christopher Proudfoot. And why? Because it's all about the projection, the information, and that he's shown who he is as a person. And for me personally, you'll never see me standing up for any person that is of that type of personality. I find it disgusting, revolting, nauseating to listen to him, because he comes off so arrogant and abrasive, rude, condescending, a snake. I can just pull out the dictionary, people, and there's too many more words in there I could say. And that's because of his own perception. It's not because I said, you know what, I think I'm just gonna not like Christopher Proudfoot. It's based on everything he has out of his own mouth has said, how he has talked. And then on top of that, this is regardless of any paperwork out there. That's just based on literally him, right? But anyways, that's my opinion of him. Do you have anything to add to that before I keep playing? No? Okay. So
I just can't find my mute button ever.
Okay.
Psychopaths.
Tony, now
here, let me say that. Let me say that part again.
Psychopaths.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue, or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders, which was that she had had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not
1 second there. Let's just rewind that bad boy. Okay, so let's just go back right to there. Okay, so obviously you guys can see Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. And behind them, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on this, is Cluminati and her husband. That's behind the Proudfoots. Because honestly, you can see her face. Let me just go back to that, actually. Let's see here. Yeah, like, let me go back just a little bit more. A little bit more, perhaps. Well, we'll just play it.
Somebody that you've never met in person.
Okay. Probably the best you're going to get. Anyways, that's Cluminati and her husband. That's behind Christopher Proudfoot and Katie. So remember that picture that I showed yesterday? There's that good old losing of the hair on Christopher Proudfoot's head there. You know, we've been told he's put on a lot of weight, that both of them have, you know, guilty conscience. Is Christopher actually even working still? Who knows? Who knows, to be honest with you.
Now, this was reposted 3 months ago. Do you remember when this first aired? Because this was reposted as the deleted Court TV interview 3 months ago.
Right. So I don't exactly remember the date of this for sure. I just, you know, it's one of those things that you would have to Google Bullhorn Betty in court, and that would tell you the date, because this was definitely a few months back. It's within that vicinity for sure. Like, we're talking like in 3 to 4 month vicinity. Probably somebody in chat that knows that date probably better than I do at this time. I remember it. I remember it happening. I'm, again, not too much into the drama part of it. And because Bullhorn Betty and like the Christopher Proudfoot thing, and, you know, and with Seth Rogers, to me, that was just drama, but it was nothing to do necessarily with trying to find out what happened to Sebastian. It was more basically about a YouTuber that Christopher Proudfoot was saying was stalking or doing this and stuff like that. And then them, you know, filing a case against her and stuff like that. So I wasn't into the drama, so I didn't overly pay attention to this part of it, just for that reason.
Okay, so I just Googled this, and this is why I brought it up. I want to explain that. In October 11th is when Court TV stated that she was told to stay away from him. So somewhere around October, right?
Yeah.
The photo you posted yesterday was, let's see, October, September, November, December, January. So 4 months later, he has put on that much weight in 4 months. You cannot tell me they went from that right there to what you showed yesterday in 4 months if they are out there actively searching and looking, and if they are actually stressed out, because stress is going to make you lose weight. Yeah, that just goes back to a while ago, the question whether or not they were out looking. They don't gain weight like that if they're out looking in 4 months.
You know, yeah, right. And you know, like, the one thing I will say about this, again, just to reiterate, is that we can all have our opinions and how we feel. Bottom line is the buck stops at Katie Proudfoot, for the last one being with Sebastian. That we do know. What we don't know is if they had any involvement whatsoever in Sebastian's disappearance. So it will really suck ass if, you know, like, the attacks on the Proudfoots have been unjust and unfair. Now, granted, when I first started talking about this case, it was always just about Sebastian and not accusing and letting the law enforcement take care of if Katie or Chris had any involvement. Over the time, my own perception is that, and I got a cough, hold on. Okay, gotta get that out. But anyways, so over time, because of Christopher Proudfoot's, the way he speaks, I've determined that I really can't stand him as a person. Now, in saying that, does that still mean that he wasn't in Memphis working and that he had no knowledge of Sebastian's disappearance whatsoever? Could be absolutely true. Katie Proudfoot, again, it's all the inconsistencies between Chris, who's told the most, and Katie, whose lack of transparency, right? Which it's not unreasonable for us to look at those situations. Could they be involved? Am I going to adamantly say that they had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance? No. Do I think that it's a possibility? Absolutely. I do. So I don't think anyone has any, problem trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian if the last point of seeing Sebastian is at home and there's no footage of him outside of that, right? I mean, there's a piece of the puzzle that none of us know about. Maybe the LE has an inkling. All the doors were locked. Who else could it be? Again, Remy, that's just the point, is that it's not about me saying that Christopher and Katie absolutely did this, because we don't know. For all we know, there's no footage out there, but Sebastian, somebody could have somehow come to his window, said, hey, coming out to the front door. If Katie did fall asleep at 10 o'clock, right? But again, the LE's going to have phone footage of the two numbers talking, Chris's and Katie's, right? So if they have that, they would know. Perhaps LE is waiting for them to hang themselves in a sense. Maybe they know more, where they're just biding their time, waiting for information where there's a break in the case, that they might already have an inkling of who took Sebastian, who, type of thing, if the parents were involved or somebody else was involved. But bottom line is, there is nothing out there to show one way or the other. But there's obviously a missing piece to the puzzle here. And if we had that piece to the puzzle, this case would be solved. So none of us can say for sure that Chris or Katie did something, or Katie did something to Sebastian. And no one can say Seth did, or no one can say anything really, because we just don't have an answer. We don't know about the legitimacy of the flashlight video versus garbage truck video. Even that's up in the air, right, with people. So there's nothing at all to go on. And I truly believe that LE is, for the most part, like when it comes to Sebastian and what happened and how he disappeared or whatever, I truly feel like they're clueless, that they are clueless. And it just seems so absurd to not have any video, knowing that camera, and there's more than just that camera on Kellen Lane, right? You guys know that there's multiple door ring cameras and cameras around there. So if he would have even passed that house on Kellen Lane, Sebastian would have been seen, because that camera illuminates the light you can see, or it makes it seem lighter than what it is. It's a high definition camera, and he would have been seen. And chances are he would have been seen probably with somewhat of that camera, perhaps from the house. But again, there's other cameras on the houses. If he was to have gone, to that, like, you know what I mean? Obviously, he's not going to stop at the camera on the street or on Stratford and go, just going to stand here till nobody sees me. Obviously, he would have had to have made movement in a direction of some sort if it was him, or if somebody guided him out, right? What we wouldn't probably see, because according to the neighbor, right, that has the camera that sees the time at 9:08 and 11:45 turn off, they don't see any movement at all, because it's so dark right at this point. If those lights are turned off and they're looking on their, camera, ring doorbell camera, right, it's so dark that they couldn't tell one way or the other. If Sebastian, you would think that you would see some sort of movement in the camera if someone would have come out the front door. But it doesn't make any sense that Sebastian leaves the front door and turns around and locks it. Give me a break. Give me a break that a child that's going to leave their house on their own accord is going to turn around, especially when the doggies are downstairs, right? Somebody had it wrong. Katie's and Chris's bedroom is in the bottom, like all the bedrooms are in the bottom. A loft is up top above the garage. Katie's and Chris's bedroom is in the back. The doggies were in their cages locked up, right? Near that back window there. The doggies would have been barking. So, that would have think, perhaps woke up Katie, but maybe not. Maybe she's a dead ass sleeper and didn't hear that thing. Maybe there was involvement. Maybe Sebastian disappeared on the 25th and not the 26th. Right? But anyways, let's go back to playing some more of this.
And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning. If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public, you can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Regarding Sebastian?
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls, the bedtimes, what happened after he went to bed. Just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many, many inconsistencies. Also, not rock solid alibis and a lot of time that's unaccounted for. They were also, probably the biggest thing, Benny, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
Let's talk about that. Whoops. Hey, hello. Let's talk about that. Right? That's what we were just talking about. Right? Do you guys agree with what Tony is saying about the inconsistencies? That's what we're talking about. When you're telling the truth, what did you say yesterday? You had a specific sentence you said with that.
When you're telling the truth, it doesn't change. You don't have to remember your lies. When you're lying, it's constantly changing.
Right. And that's the hard problem with this case. And thing is that he's not wrong. Now, I don't know why he said from Nancy Grace on, you go from the start. The start is where you start, as when on the Duchess, and then you go to the interviews on Fox and SMV or whatever it was, right? Go to Terry Lynn's, go to Queen Bee, go to Cluminati, go to all the channels, CJ, Trev Time. And you go to all these different channels that have been talking about the case, but where they've done, say, interviews especially, you just want to start there, which is the horse's mouth of both Katie and Christopher. And that's the problem that I have, is that from the get-go, the weirdest things, whether it was about Katie getting into the car for the 911 call and Christopher, or where it said that he called when she was at home in the house type of thing, making it seem like that, whether it's the time, again, it's sleeping, 10 o'clock. She comes out, and the Duchess, again, going back, if people didn't hear this, she says, so you said you fell asleep on the couch at 10. Well, so you're also third-hand information, of course, telling a neighbor that you fell asleep on the couch. And then you have Christopher Proudfoot saying, well, close to the end of the phone call, the mom was getting tired, right? Why did Christopher Proudfoot lie about the polygraph test? You know, why is he acting like he can't say the date of when he left? And yet you hear Katie confirm that Christopher Proudfoot left on the 1st. And then she does a slip up, or what possibly could be deemed as a slip up, and said, but yes, Christopher saw him when he come home. Well, the next time he came home was the 26th. So how do you say one thing and then right after that say, but Christopher Proudfoot saw him when he got home, when she was asked for the fact that he was gone for the 2 to 3 weeks from February 1st? What is so important to Christopher Proudfoot that he needs to either hide or lie or, you know, again, make people think that they're stupid? You know, when I'm saying people, I mean you guys. Why is he trying to act like us as a whole, that we're very susceptible to his, you know, amazingly smartness over us, and, you know, that he's like that wolf in sheep's clothing type of thing, right? Always trying to, always the person that always has an answer, no matter if it's true or not. There's always some sort of way that he's dancing around it. But anyways, so that in itself, right, is a huge red flag, because again, if you're telling the truth, you don't even have to think about it. You don't have to remember it, because the next time you tell the story, it's going to be the same. So why did Katie in none of her interviews ever bring up the conversation about talking with Chris? Why? That's weird. It's weird because at some point you would have thought that she would have talked about it, not just Chris only bringing it up, right? It was weird. And then adding a thud into the story later. Like, I get it. You forget things. You start remembering things. I get that, right? No different than Kelsey, Abby, and Libby, right? There's certain things you forget, you know, and stuff like that. But this is a very consistent thing that's been happening. And of course, who wouldn't deem it as a red flag? You know, everyone, I'm pretty sure, wants that somewhat, that video, the flashlight video, to be true and accurate. But again, to anybody watching, right? Who's deeming it as 3 o'clock? If the time stamp stopped on the 23rd of February of that video that was given to the police from that day, but because the timestamp stopped at 3:11, who out there is deeming it then that that video is at 3 o'clock in the morning? Because you can't take 3:11 and use it for the same day as February 26th, because the timestamp stopped 3 days earlier at 3:11. So if you're using 3:11 as your go-to, then you're absolutely wrong in doing so, because you have no idea yourself, besides what Seth and that has been saying, about what time that video actually was, right? Does that make sense about that? Anyways, we'll play some more.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Okay, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers going to stay with us. We've got more to talk about. We're going to take you inside the courtroom so you can hear some of the testimony from today. And you'll see Chris Proudfoot on the witness stand. Just want to make it clear, like, the First Amendment versus prior restraint of speech is serious business. And the judge made a decision today keeping her away from them. But how far did it go towards what she can say about this case? We'll be back.
Have other people contacted you based off of Ms. Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts?
Hundreds.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Daily.
Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Ms. Griffin's conduct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way?
Yes, sir.
Have they gotten your email?
Yes.
They message you on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's Chris Proudfoot. Bullhorn Betty goes online, provides information, and apparently her viewers or followers are sending messages and attempting to contact Chris Proudfoot. So the judge's decision has prevented Bullhorn Betty from contacting the Proudfoots. But what I heard in the decision was, it sounds like she can still talk about them. She just cannot contact them through social media, cannot contact them through text or email or any other way. He's got to stay away from them. I understand that decision. Whether you agree or disagree, you know, it's up for debate, but that's the judge's decision. But it seems that she can still talk about them. Now, Chris Proudfoot was asked another important question when it comes to a restraining order, right? To stop, to prevent someone from going somewhere or contacting someone. There's got to be a reason. He's asked, why are you afraid of Bullhorn Betty? Take a listen.
What are you afraid of from under the...
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete for the record.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis.
Hold on, before we get any further there. That's the pot calling the kettle black out of Christopher Proudfoot's mouth. If anyone remembers that, that I think it was on Terry Lynn's. I want to say Terry Lynn's, where she played that recording between the PI investigator type of thing and Christopher Proudfoot. And I can't remember what exactly word for word, but it was something about slapping her in the mouth, punching her in the face, or something like that. It was something to do with one of those like literally abusive things or whatever. Now I can picture Bullhorn Betty saying that and stuff like that. And is that right? No. You know, is constantly messaging or handing out Christopher Proudfoot's phone number and stuff like that? No, that's absolutely wrong. You know, if I get a phone number, you know, type of thing, I'll dig for it myself. Like I could have asked many times what Seth's phone number is to another YouTube creator, but you know, in all honesty, honestly, like I wouldn't want to give it out. I mean, if I had it, but a lot of people have done that with Seth's number and stuff like that, right? And personally, so if I'm asking somebody for somebody's phone number, I just think that that's wrong for me to do. That if I want his phone number, it's either up to me to contact Seth and get that phone number, you know, or find the phone number and give him a call myself, which like I did today. But last time I called that number or messaged that number, they said that they weren't Seth, but I don't know that I necessarily believe that, but I don't know. I'm not really sure. Because that's the number that still is showing as his number as of December 2024, but whatever. Right. But the thing is, I'm going to do that. Am I going to give it to you guys? No, go do your own homework, but whatever. So that's crossing the line to me. And this is where, you know, like regardless of Katie or Christopher Proudfoot, you know, doing stuff like that and creating and handing out his email address or phone number and causing like undue rest to other people because of those type of actions, I think is so wrong. It doesn't matter if it's Katie or Chris or anybody. That to me is crossing the line. That's almost like a witch hunt type of the idea. So if Bullhorn Betty was messaging him and stuff like that, and, you know, I mean, granted, he has a block button. He knows how to use it. He knows how to block an email, block a messenger and stuff like that, you know, and, you know, so that part right there, it's kind of one of those things is that, I mean, just as much as she could send messages, well, he could have blocked her and not even paid attention to them, right? But this is sometimes where I think that YouTubers can go too far, you know, definitely in cases when they start crossing those boundaries and handing out numbers or, you know, yeah, putting out that type of information. What do you think about on that, on Melissa? Like, and then of course to go with the, you know, gun comment. I mean, I know Christopher Proudfoot's going to use that in his head. He's probably like, I ain't scared of her. But honestly, when you do hear someone kind of make, even if it's a loose-handed comment, that they're going to take a gun, you know, to them, because, you know, she does say stuff definitely off the tip of her head. What do you think about that?
Well, as far as the giving out the phone number and all that, that doxing someone, in my opinion, is wrong. Period. There's no reason for it. Giving out phone numbers, I would be pissed if somebody gave out my phone number. I would. Without my prior permission, or at least saying, hey, can I pass your contact info along to so-and-so for whatever reason. So I can understand that making somebody mad. But like you said, he knows where the block button is. He knows how to ignore the phone calls, all of that. as far as the gun comment and the machete comment,
Mhm.
you know, I made a post about a year ago, and it was to my sister on Facebook, and I said, grab your gun and meet me, you know where. And I posted a picture. I was in the woods. She knew exactly where at in the woods I was based on the picture. She knew why to bring her gun, because we're in the woods and we live in a rural area. There's snakes, there's coyotes, there's, wolves, there's all this other stuff. And it was seriously taken out of context. So I would have had to hear that comment myself to see what context that was in, because, you can take any comment, like they said, and take it out of context. A machete, yeah, I can understand her saying, if I'm going to go to Tennessee and I'm going to go look for Sebastian, I'm going to need a machete and I'm going to need a gun. And I can understand that because, I can. What context was it used in? I didn't hear it, so I really don't want to comment on that. But if the Proudfoots are taking her comments out of context to harass her in court, that is also wrong.
Absolutely. And it really does take away from the fact, like, honestly, and this is kind of my another beef with the Proudfoots that I have. Again, going back to the GoFundMe, right? Chris made a big deal of that. And again, don't get me wrong. I understand if you feel betrayed, that you had an agreement between Seth, Katie, and Christopher that they wouldn't do a GoFundMe because they didn't want to make it look like they were begging for money type of thing, right? And so I understand that Christopher Proudfoot might be offended by that and might be, like pissed off. But does that take away from what this whole point was about? Like, why are you making that more important than joining together forces to find Sebastian and to use each of your information to figure out what happened to Sebastian? So instead of it being a cohesive thing where it's like, okay, so on an interview you have Seth and then you have Chris and Katie or whatever, and that they're talking, and it's one of those things, as you're hearing Katie and Chris say stuff and you're hearing Seth say stuff, you're getting a timeline and you're getting events that happened, right? But that's not what happened. Half the time Seth didn't even know what was going on with Katie or Christopher or the information regarding Sebastian, because they ended up not speaking to him. So there was a point there, and I recall this myself. So that's kind of what started it. But there was an interview, and I think it was the Court TV interview, not this one, but another one, that after they finished talking, remember when they had the talk, and I want to say it was to do, you guys know when we saw that picture of Seth talking with Chris at a vigil type of thing. And I remember right after them talking about working together, right, joining, Seth had gone on a Court TV interview, and that's when he was making the comments about, like Katie's the one that was with Sebastian. She's responsible. And in all fairness, he was dissing on Katie, which I thought, like, uh-oh, because what is that going to do? And exactly what happened. That created them not to work together yet again, right? Because they all of a sudden had this agreement that, yes, they were going to work together. And then that all fell apart because Seth did go on an interview and started basically, trashing Katie, if you want to put it that way. He was just, saying a lot of things. And then next thing you know, Christopher and Katie are basically piss off. Now we're not doing anything together again. And that's the joke of this case, is that you just wanted to see it. You wanted to see them come together. If they're so concerned about Sebastian over themselves, close the gap. You don't have to like each other anymore, but out of respect for Sebastian, as the parents, gather together and work together. And that way, together with the information on both sides, perhaps you can figure out what happened to Sebastian if he just disappeared, at the hands of somebody else or whatever. But at least then you have some cohesiveness. And unfortunately, we have not seen that. So when they're sitting there filing lawsuits and doing all this stuff in the midst of Sebastian missing, it's like that stuff you can, take care of after. Chris knows how to use the block button. He knows how to block an email, right? So he knows how to not watch Bullhorn Betty, but yet he chooses to. And instead of putting all this effort into Sebastian's search, they're putting this effort into these lawsuits and these argumentative interviews and stuff like that. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I mean, the parents should work together. And something, I've talked about, Nick, on your channel before, something I've never, except for close family, knows about with when my son went missing. I tried to get a hold of my ex-husband. I called him. He wouldn't answer my phone calls. So I called his mother and I said, hey, Nick's missing. He's been gone several days. We can't find him. We don't know where he's at. I said, so if you could get a hold of, and I said my ex-husband's name, I said, and let me know, if you hear from him. And he was sitting there and I heard him say, and then she repeated what he said. And she told me, we want nothing to do with this. Do not call us back. So I can understand how it can be hard to work with an ex when you have a missing child. However, they need to put everything aside, just like I tried to do, and come together. And I understand, they're upset about this GoFundMe, but Seth didn't set that up. Okay. Seth wasn't begging for money. And the Proudfoots need to put their disagreements apart and be like, our son, the three of us, our son is what is important here. Finding our son is what is important. And we need to stop the childish bullshit and put our heads together and figure out what happened.
Yeah. The right heads. Not the egotistical heads that are they're thinking below on there,
Exactly.
And so just quickly, thank you, Carol Lynn, for becoming a new member to It's a Crime and Shame. Now you can use Sebastian's hearts, by the way. And hit that like button if you guys want as well while you're there. But anyways, she says she feels like at home here. Besides, yesterday was out of control, and that's why I made that one a member. In here, I do respect opinions. I do like the fact that I have control over who, can talk and who can't talk in here. And I don't like people attacking each other, attacking me, attacking, a member that's on the live or anything like that. I don't put up with that. There was a lot of that yesterday with insults towards me, like, oh, I can't stand listening to her anymore. Why? Because you don't want to hear two sides. I'm always willing to listen to anything and have information come at me to whatever the truth is. But I will not put up with disrespect to me, to the people in chat that are disrespecting others, right? So I like the fact that, this channel has typically always very pleasant people with just questions to ask, and they keep it, in a very, what do we want to say? A very nice, I'm looking for a different word. It's not coming to my head all of a sudden, but you know what I mean? Just in a nice format when they're
very
speaking,
inclusive channel.
And so, yeah,
Inclusive.
so I like the fact that I can control, because again, for me, it's not about the subscribers, right? It's about the people that care about the case, and they don't want to come in attacking and all this stuff, because honestly, if I feel attacked, I'll attack right back typically. It's kind of like what was happening yesterday. Brutally Honest was really offending me with how she was saying stuff, regards for the fact that she was a person that was in here for a long time. But do not put your opinion on me because I maybe say something about somebody. She went around to Jennifer Coffindaffer's live to say that I was dissing Mob Crew yesterday in the live and stuff like that. So it's stuff like that, right? Why is she mad? Why? Because I ended up blocking her. I've totally ignored any email she has sent me because I do not care anymore. If, once she got on the defensive, she was absolutely just kind of very ignorant, more so, or abrasive in her responses. And then it just got to the point where talking about SF, she's basically saying I'm an SF lover type of thing, that I love the Golden Boy, that I'm dissing Mob Crew and all that stuff. And again, if you're going to say something, at least be factual and don't sit there and make up stuff in your own brain. If you feel that way about SF, or somebody else, fine, have that opinion about them, but don't put that same thoughts that I should think the same way as you. We all were given brains separately to think and to use and to, decipher whatever information ourselves, type of thing. So anyways, to make a long story short on that, thank you for becoming a member. Glad you feel like it's a family here. Again, it's just about respect. Okay. Ever since I've been a kid, it's about respect. How something is said is how I receive it. And I know text versus voice can be taken differently, but most times I'm pretty sure I can tell an insult or a derogatory remark, when I hear one. And I'm not going to sit there and watch, because somebody doesn't like what I'm saying about Seth talking about a garbage truck video and acting like that I'm just putting out a bunch of bullshit information and stuff like that. That's just a joke. That means they're not willing to listen to, all the different avenues that we have to go by based upon the information that's out there. And that's all I ever try to do, right? You just want to promote facts, the truth, and then talk about possible situations of why Sebastian disappeared. No harm in that. But anyways, thank you, Batgirl. So yes, I am sorry. I apologize that I did lose my shit a bit yesterday. I never leave the internet ever angry and upset. I just always move on and move forward, because at the end of the day, again, I'm just not into the hostility of the chat. And some people might like that and let that happen in their chats, but we have great mods that will take care of that, or myself and stuff like that, just to have a controlled, nice environment about people that are caring about Sebastian's case or any other case for that matter. And there we go. Anyway, so hi, Jake Snake. Jake the Snake. Going through everything is how this case is solved. Again, if we have the information, that's the best we can do. Does it mean we're going to solve the case? No. Does it mean, but maybe at some point some information will come forward. But at least if I really hate the fact that our information is based on Katie, the person that has had the most lack of transparency in regards to Sebastian. It's not because to say like, hey, she's a liar, she's this, but it's just to say that as a parent, as a mother, I'd be giving you guys any information that I was allowed to give you. If I was told not to say it by Ellie because it was beneficial to the case, obviously I wouldn't do that. But I would be very transparent because my child is missing and I love my child. He came out of my birth canal. So you're damn right. I'm going to fight for my child to find out what happened to him. I would be searching to no end like Seth Rogers has been doing. Okay. It's in comparison. There's just totally a different view of perception. What Katie and Chris have been doing versus what Seth has been doing. And again, as a fighter, as a mother cub, as any parent that loves their child, all you expect is that you would be face forward in front of that camera, begging for people to help you, begging for every chance you get to go on a live. You're not going to get distracted by drama. All you want to do is focus on Sebastian, what you guys can do to help, and the information and stuff like that, what you can do to hand out flyers, spread awareness. If your boots on the ground can go help search. That's what the live streams should always be about when it comes to them talking about Sebastian, and not all the drama stuff and the stuff that, that just doesn't matter in this case. But anyways, 3 sides to the truth, her side, their side, and the truth. Exactly. And again, we can only use the information that's out there. But anyways, let me go play some more of this one here. So now they're going to respond back to what Christopher Proudfoot basically said.
Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Benny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas, one of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
On top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there. And if you notice, the attorney, that shyster that was sitting there representing the Proudfoots and the Bowersox, when they asked Chris the question, have you been contacted? They never asked who contacted them, because nobody that is on Betty's team or my team is actually reaching out to speak to these pathetic excuses for parents.
And Benny, if you actually listen to what was said there in court, the attorney asked the question, have you been contacted by people regarding things that Betty has been saying?
Right.
The people that are contacting Chris are his people. They're not Betty's people. They're contacting Chris saying, this is what Betty said today. This is what she said yesterday. Well, all you've got to do is tell those people, if you don't want to hear it, to quit contacting you. That shouldn't make you afraid of a 5-foot female as a man that has a strong history of being able to deal with females.
So let's refocus now and get back to what this is really about, which is finding your son, Seth. So Sebastian, I'm sorry. Yeah, to find Sebastian. Your relationship with Sebastian's mom seems at this point is completely non-existent.
There. So like I said, as we're going through this one, there's some people that really start and stop and start and stop and stuff like that, like way too much for my liking. But I just wanted to take note of that part before I forget it. And too, is that, and hold on, before I say that, yes, right. If you're putting things out of context, because we all know that when she said a machete, you know that she wasn't saying a machete to go, here, hey, give me your neck there, Chris, right? That the machete was probably taken out of context too. Exactly that, perhaps in the woods, who knows exactly. But what I wanted to say is this. So Vinny there, obviously, didn't say Sebastian's name. So Seth said it, and he's like, so instead he said son Vinny. And then they corrected and said Sebastian. Now, if you ever notice when Chris was always talking, remember, Melissa, when he's always talking on those interviews at the start, he would always say, son, her son. He would never really say Sebastian's name. That's what we were talking about the other night, wasn't it? How he always said mom.
Yeah, which really bothered me because he would always refer to Sebastian as that boy or her son or the kid.
Yeah. Not really saying the name Sebastian too much. And I think too, like that right there is very telling, between a real father and then a stepfather that, perhaps maybe isn't that, and that's just hypothetically, but perhaps isn't that close to Sebastian as he'd like to have us all believe. Because when you're usually talking, if I'm talking about my husband, yeah, I say husband, and stuff like that. But it's not like I'm saying like, how Christopher Proudfoot, it's almost where he's like a third party speaking. It's almost like he's not attached to the family in the way he's speaking by using these terms like, the mom, her son, that the boy, instead of just saying his name, Sebastian, and especially in this
But you don't refer to your husband as the stepdad.
No, right? Exactly.
You would say his name.
Yeah.
But saying from your point of view, it would be my husband instead of his name. But he doesn't even call Katie my wife.
I know.
He says the mom.
He says the mom. The mom went to go wake him up at 6 o'clock. The mom then got in her car. It's weird. That's just weird. But again, there's a difference when you feel the attachment between Seth, which is a biological father, and between when Christopher talks about Sebastian, and it's always referred to as the boy, the child, the son, but never just always saying the word Sebastian. And I think that there's like that big disconnect there between when you really feel like somebody is caring about someone as a stepfather versus a stepfather that is just naturally a good stepfather, like a stepfather. But anyways, I just wanted to point that part out about that because that was always weird. He refers to Katie now as Katie way more, like he doesn't use the term mom. So, but he started off saying that in most of the interviews at the start, and it's just weird. It's just weird stuff like that. But anyways,
I know early on there was talk about trying to work together, and it seemed like you were trying to come together to do something, but that just doesn't exist. So what is the status of the search for Sebastian as you sit here tonight?
Thanks, Peg.
What is going on? Who is doing what, whether it's law enforcement, any private organizations, members of the public, whoever? What is the status of all of that?
We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case. Just in investigators, FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County, the people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots. So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere, and me personally, I believe Katie knows.
Vinny, you can tell that we're a little bit more uptight tonight than we usually are. But we've watched the antics. We've watched Chris smile and laugh and joke in court when we've got a broken father and Seth that's missing his son. You guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
It was flirting.
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
He's supposed to be married.
Yeah.
Vows not mean anything anymore.
So at the let's
dying laughing on that one. I'm sorry. You know what? I've actually not really seen the full thing of this this particular interview. So some of it's definitely news to me, and I get it. Thanks. 1 second. Thank you. You are doing a great job. Love you, Early. Thank you so much. Steph is a good friend of the channels for anyone that's new here and doesn't know that. She's always, her and Ivy have always been on the mental health side issues of knowledge. Profiler Alexa, she'll be joining us the next live we do with Sebastian, I believe. We're talking about, but Alexa's a good friend. She was a profiler for 16 years, body language expert, graphologist, but criminal profiler as well, of course. So mad respect to a lot of the good friends. Ben, he's just here for eye candy, right, Ben? On there, but anyways, and Sharon. Sharon's a very loyal follower of the channel, that she's a mod as well. And she's just a beautiful heart, beautiful person. So again, anyone, thank you guys for still joining us tonight, and me and Melissa. And thank you if you could put a like, hit that button down there. Share it, whether you're on Twitter or whether you're in the channel right now. Appreciate that. But okay. I know. Don't tell my husband, but I love you too, Ben. I'm flirting with Ben.
I personally just cracked up at Seth's face when he's like, 2000 not mean anything anymore. Seth cracked me up with that one.
Well, the thing is that, okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit feeling like this is a drama interview somewhat, meaning usually, well, I mean, Seth is just Seth, okay? Granted, I absolutely can understand why he's saying that they're coming, off in a more like, a little bit more aggressive manner than they typically, because again, like you said, that they're just out of court now, in saying about Athena or whatever, that Chris winking or whatever. Well, I mean, that's probably something I wouldn't have said during this interview, but I know that they're upset. But you guys know, when you saw Chris and Katie earlier in this video, that, I mean, it's like he's turning around, he's laughing and smiling. There is a huge difference here in the demeanors of both sides of the fence here. There, Seth, and then again, it doesn't matter if you like Seth or don't like Seth, that's totally up to you. But to me, there's a clear demeanor as a parent. There's somebody that's in there that's upset. He's angry. He wants his son back. He's doing everything he can to join on Live's interviews, talk about it, and him and Tony, like, our team now and everything like that. And that they're trying to speak up for Sebastian. When they go through interviews, okay, they're talking about Sebastian. They're trying to bring awareness to Sebastian and how people can help them. They're trying to give the information that they can. There's a clear difference here. So I can understand if you're looking at two parents, one being the stepdad, the mom, and you're watching them crack up, laugh, acting like this is just another day, and yet Sebastian Rogers is missing. There is a clear difference in perception, not only from the start of this case, but continuing. There's a clear, definite, distinction between the upset parent versus the other two that's like, oh, wait, what? Oh, wait, Sebastian's missing, but it is clear. Did you not kind of see that too when you saw Chris and Katie, like, in that courtroom? Like, you're there for Sebastian, right? But yet, no, you're there because you want to stop YouTubers from talking about you and stuff. Why are you in court? Shouldn't you be searching as well? But they, claiming that they're doing all this stuff behind the scenes, yet they rip off, Sebastian's picture off of their vehicle, and the Bauer socks take off theirs, according to Seth as well, right? And then when they shut down their Facebooks, and all you could see, like, meaning they basically closed them down, I think, besides only friends of their, online friends, but to anyone else just viewing it, you couldn't, and stuff like that. Huge difference. So here's someone like Seth who didn't have social media. I think he had a LinkedIn was about it. And he had this small YouTube channel from a long time ago with maybe 3 or 4 subscribers, at the time. So here's this person, Seth, who has no idea about social media, doesn't have Twitter, doesn't have Facebook, doesn't have all these different things. And yet since then, now he's talking on a YouTube channel, stuff. And now he knows a lot more about social media. And yet you have the other ones doing reverse, right? Oh, hey, yeah, if anyone wants to reach out and talk to me, and then he doesn't even answer back and stuff like that. And they're doing the polar opposite. So if you're wanting your son to get hold of you, and stuff like that, and you take your stuff off of the vehicle, because again, you don't want people to know that you're at Yogi Bear Park and stuff like that. But anyways, I'm just meaning it's like reverse. Someone's gaining all this knowledge of social media because they're trying to find their son, versus people taking back on social media and they're trying to find their son. You have anything to say to that before I keep playing it? But that did make me laugh about the whole, thing there. I mean, the whole Winky thing. I think it was.
I think I would have puked right there on the courtroom floor if he would have winked at me. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I digress on that one with Chris.
Let's talk about this now. There's going to be a lot of people watching right now and say, listen, I want to do something. I want to help. What can they do?
lot of things, Vinny. They can pray. They can continue to spread awareness. They can put flyers up. They can talk about him in a positive way, regardless of which side of the family they support. Because remember, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Tony. It's not about Chris and Katie or any of the crazy grandparents. It's not about any of that. This is about Sebastian. And if you are here for Sebastian, your focus should be Sebastian Wayne Drake
Sebastian.
Rogers. That's it. Nothing else.
Absolutely.
He's the one missing. Unfortunately, the judge wanted to sit there and offer his condolences for our loss. My son is missing. I understand that that judge's child passed away, and that made him emotional in this case. Judgment from the judge should have been blind to begin with. He was emotional, and I'm pretty sure my son is lost. He is alive. He is missing. All right, that judge buried their child.
Seth Rogers.
Sebastian is alive.
We're out of time for tonight, but I appreciate it, and we'll stay in contact. Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis. When we
So I didn't want to interrupt it. I didn't want to give any commentary on it. We did my commentary on my second channel last night, Unfiltered with Tanya, if you'd like to subscribe over there.
Yeah.
But I wanted
What
to
is she?
get this video out to you guys because I want you to tell me what you guys think about this.
Okay, so we just go back to that. Okay, so anyway, interesting video, to say the least, on that one. One of the few times that you did get to see, Katie and Chris, on a video and stuff like that. Yeah, I was going to say, again, everyone has their own opinions and thoughts about how they feel about Katie, or Chris or Seth, and stuff like that, for sure. Again, at the end of the day, their opinions, there's no fact, besides we can all judge actions, for sure. Doesn't mean that we're judging correctly sometimes and stuff like that. No. Are we being too hard on Katie and Chris in the scope of things, or are we not? That's probably going to be, like I said, our next live, just talking about it from a different perspective and just seeing, right? Because again, in the public court of opinion, there's most people at the end of the day feel like Sebastian, there's no video, there's nothing to show that he left the home. But then there's nothing to show that he possibly didn't either. Whether taken, well, obviously it's a criminal investigation, right? The FBI came out with a reward. Now, so in saying that, Melissa, is there anything up until this point that you want to say with regards to just anything as we move on?
Not really. I mean, I think, you're doing a great job saying everything that really needs to be said. And, like Kara said, I can understand being a private person. I'm a private person. But I also know I wouldn't just be sitting back and doing nothing trying to find my son. And at the end of the day, this is all about Sebastian and trying to find him.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the last things we're going to do tonight, and just quickly, so for anyone, actually, let me just stop the screen there. So that was titanium built. I had dropped her link a few times in there. If anyone wants to go watch that video again or whatever, didn't catch all of it. But just, this is in regards to Delphi, just to say, because Alexa had sent me this. So it says the longest serving Indiana State police officer, which is Doug Carter, retires after distinguished career. So Doug Carter did make mention a couple of years ago there about, that he planned on retiring. And so I think for Doug Carter, his wish came true in the sense that that Richard Allen was arrested and that the case has, in a sense, come to, full tilt in a sense, full way around now, and that he feels like obviously now that he would like to retire. I just wish that during his time that he was a superintendent, that of course the Flora girls, the four Flora girls are those 4 girls that died in a fire. The mother had lost all her daughters in a fire that's deemed as, suspicious, and started, with a fire starter type of thing. House got burned down. The girls could not get out. They were up in the room and how it was. And of course, it was a wood home. And I think Gayleen is the mother. But imagine losing all 4 of your daughters, all 4 of your children gone. And that happened just prior to Abby's and Libby's case. That happened in I can't remember the exact date. Was it November? No, I don't know. Anyways, it happened in 2016, October, November it was. I can't
Within
think of
6 months of Delphi.
Yeah. I'm because Karina McClurkin's case is coming into my head as well, because the 13th seems to be just a number that surrounds a ton of cases for some reason. But anyways, so I want to say that. Thank you, Alexa, for showing that. And Doug Carter, enjoy your retirement, dude, for that one. Okay, so I do want to go now over to Jennifer Coffindaffer. She had done a live earlier today. Let's see here. So I know that Dolly Vision was playing it on his earlier, and I had caught her live earlier, Jennifer Coffindaffer's. But anyways, so let's go to that one right here. So as you guys know, Jennifer Coffindaffer was on this live a few days ago. We ended up talking about the flashlight video and stuff like that. Now, Jennifer Coffindaffer had never heard about the time being stuck and stuff like that when I made mention of the 2-hour difference, right? And when I said 2 hour, and this particular live, I wasn't even thinking about that camera video so much, the flashlight video. And because I had dismissed the flashlight video once Seth and that had come out saying about the garbage truck, right? And other people were looking at it just like I was, just like me and Melissa, right? At first, when it comes out, you're believing it's flashlights too. You don't know. You're trying to make sense of it all, trying to see if this had something. But then later out comes the timestamp, right? So then, which was showing the 23rd at 3:11. And then it was just like, well, wait, what? And so it became very confusing because, again, it's just, when you hear information and stuff like that. But anyways, I'm going to kind of start and stop this as this goes on as well. And so this is Jennifer Coffindaffer. She, I'll just play it.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindaffer. Listen, I got my hat on. I'm getting ready to run. This has been a little bit of a crazy day, but basically I just got the last piece of information that I needed to do this live on the lights, the flashlights that were involved in the Sebastian Rogers case. For those of you new to the show, essentially there's a case involving a guy named Sebastian Rogers. He disappeared when he was 15. He is now 16. He disappeared on the 25th of February in terms of the last sighting that we in the public were able to see that took place at a restaurant with his mother. But on the 26th, he, according to law enforcement, that's when they said he went missing. So we believe, because they were very specific, that there must have been a sighting on the 26th that just we in the public haven't seen.
So that has been very confusing again, right? It wouldn't be a case if it wasn't confusing. If you look at Seth's shirt on him, it will say missing since the 25th. Now, as I was watching Narc Divers a little bit last night, and CJ Eville there, he was going through the different postings, right? The Amber Alerts, the different postings. There's postings that say the 25th. There's a postings that say the 26th. And it becomes, and so Jennifer Coffer had touched on this on our live as well, because in her mind, she's like, because she is a, ex-FBI agent, so she's, looking at it from their point of view, like how she would look at it as well, or how they would be looking at it. But, she feels like on the 26th that why are they using the 26th, right? So if there's nothing, so I can understand the 26th for sure. If any of those scents would have led to Sebastian at the construction site, but none of those scents led to the construction site, as we've now heard, that there was no scents. There was a dog that was driven there named Max, right, who picked up like a human scent. Didn't mean it was Sebastian. It was just like fresh scents, and had dove into that retention pond. Okay. So there's no actual thing that we know about where Sebastian, that we know about, where they can say on the 26th he was last seen. So hence why, of course, there's going to be controversy over this, because obviously you would think that that would get retracted and that it would be put to the 25th based on, so the thing that we were talking about with me and Melissa and that was, well, I mean, if Katie says it was from 12 to 6, does that make it factual? So what else could there be if they were to say the 26th? I personally believe that that was one of those things, like they came out in the news and whoever said the 26th, and so it's kind of been deemed as the 26th, and on other postings again out of Sumner, right, saying the 25th as well. So it's just been very confusing on that, where just even something as simple as that, you would think that would be consistent, right? Because to me, the date would be of the last known sighting. So where is the 26th coming from? What made them put the 26th down as the date on that one? So
on the 26th at 3:10 in the morning, so the night of the 25th going into the 26th, there was a flashlight video that became public through Nick Barris, who works at the local television network down in the Tennessee area. And he came forward with this flashlight video. Many of you have seen it. Certainly anybody following the case has seen it. And essentially what it shows is there's a light out in the distance, a fuzzy light, but that's not the one of importance. The one of importance is the backyard vantage, and you see two individual light sources. You see one light source that is further away from the house, one light source that is closer to the house, then it's obstructed or obscured by bushes, and then it appears to go in the same way as the other light source. Then the light source number one disappears, then light source number two disappears, and then you later see light source number two reappear. Okay, many people have looked this over. Chris, the mob crew, has done an amazing job. In fact, I'm very much looking forward to joining Chris soon. We're going to do a show together. We're going to be putting it together. And so I'm very excited about that, because he's a no-nonsense guy. He's not about drama. He's about facts. He works his tail off, and he's in it for the right reasons. So I'm excited to join him. But I just need to come on here really quick and thank you, everybody. I appreciate the memberships and everybody coming on. But I got to tell you about the lights. And the reason I have to tell you, and I don't even have my normal equipment here or anything. I wasn't planning on doing a live, but I got the last piece of information I needed. So let me go over again. According to the video screen that we've all seen of the lights.
Okay, so just quickly on this one, and I'm pretty sure she forgot my name. It's a crime and shame, because a lot of people struggle with that. And I thought it was a simple name, to be honest. Instead of it's a crying shame, it's a crime and shame. But anyways, and again, so she said she's gonna be joining the mob crew on this. And again, this is Jennifer's take on the flashlight video, and this kind of became a thing again from the live that we were talking about when we were talking about this and the discrepancy and stuff in time. And like she said, and like what I said, brutally honest, is that I do take Chris, even though I barely watched the Mob Crew whatsoever, I do take Chris from the Mob Crew as being, again, sincere and genuine in what he's trying to do and show. Does it mean it's accurate? No. But again, right, just like me, I'm presenting something from the different angle of what was said and stuff like that. But I always feel like when I'm watching a creator, regardless, and like I said, I barely watched Chris from the Mob Crew whatsoever. I've watched him a few times at best. But if there's one thing I can see, it's when a person is talking and they're just talking genuinely, and they're trying to do things from the right reasons. I was trying to do that with Delphi to realize that I was wrong. Okay. I thought I was working my ass off to show things to, whatever. And then just come to realize that what I was seeing was definitely not what was there, and how playing with pictures or videos can definitely alter the state of what you're trying to show and stuff like that. Chris did a live yesterday where he was showing SF Investigates information and admitting to where he was wrong. Right. And said he was man enough to admit to that. And that's the bottom line, like if people want to believe that this video, and again, we don't want to say necessarily 3 o'clock in a sense, because we don't want to take the misinformation from the stuck time from the 23rd as what we see from the original video from the guy or husband and wife on Stafford Court that had that camera and then came out with the timestamp. We don't want to use 3 o'clock as a built-in time because we don't know. The only person that truly knows that is a person that owns it, right? And even like Nick Barris had, and I like, even to me, he kind of obviously said that the video was stuck, but still went on to say about 3 a.m., and the thing is that you can't take the 3:11 time and use it from the 23rd and still apply it to the 26th because we don't know exactly what time. So all we're trying to do is say, hey, look, this is what Seth said. This is what Christopher said. This is what TBI told them according to their mouths. And then people can do with that information whatever they believe. They can believe that LE or TBI is holding it close to their vest and stuff like that or not. But Jennifer's going to explain why she thinks that the flashlight video is of importance throughout this live.
This recording occurred at 3:10 in the morning on the 26th. So basically the night Sebastian went missing, okay? And there has been so much controversy about this. And I actually recently spoke about this on a live very recently. And there was some information that came up that really gave me pause. And I was concerned because it was stated that actually Seth Rogers had come out, and I knew Katie and Chris had come out and said, listen, it's garbage trucks and it's garbage. It's not relevant to the investigation. And then, of course, I already knew what Craddock has said, but we're going to go over it again really quickly. So on the Pascal show on March 29th, Seth Rogers, and you can check it, it's at the 9-minute mark. And I really wanted to thank the account that alerted me to this, which was the account that I was recently on. And I will put a link at the bottom to her channel because she also tries to stay very fact oriented.
So I'm pretty sure, Melissa, you can tell. I think that she just simply forgets my channel's name. I think
forgotten a lot of.
Pardon?
Seems she has forgotten a lot of things.
She remembered the Mob Crew's name though. But anyways, and this is what's really important again to the creators that truly do things for genuine purposes, and regardless of your opinions or their thoughts are different and stuff like that, is like Jennifer, like she's saying about Mob Crew, about being genuine and stuff like that, right? Because she sees that in him as well, that, you know, that he has a genuine sincerity to that. And at the end of the day, you know, Jennifer might be a retired FBI agent. You know, I've been in customer service and stuff, and I've always liked puzzles and, you know, trying to figure out things and stuff like that. I just like to dive deep into things, whether it was true crime or not, you know, just to search for the truth, you know. So if somebody was lying to me and I knew they were, I could always tell. So I would always have the truth at hand, you know, so I can pop it back in their face typically. But at the end of the day, again, regardless if Jennifer's thoughts are different than mine or mine are different than hers, or Mob Crews or whoever else is covering the case and talking about the flashlight videos, bottom line is we truly do all just want to put out the information, right? And be as factual as you can. And those are the channels that I do appreciate regardless. People followed me from Delphi. I end up being wrong, right? Chris admitted to being wrong with certain things with what SF put back out to show Chris and say, hey, look, here's receipts. You know, again, the guy might be the biggest douche in the world. SF investigates in the way he speaks and the way he talks with people and stuff like that. And he ended up, like I said, blocking me because obviously he maybe didn't like something I said, you know, in good light towards Mob Crew. Who knows? Whatever his reason, don't care. It's like a child going, I don't like what you said, I'm going to block you. You know, okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. All I want is any information that is pertinent to the case, regardless of who you are, if it has any value to it, you know. And honestly, at the end of the day, like I said, even though I'm going to disagree with Jennifer's, you know, like her way of thinking towards this, again, doesn't mean I'm right and she's wrong and whatever. It just means we're simply just really trying to put out the truth, and that's all we really want to, you know, get out there for people, to be honest with you. None of this fluff stuff and adding, you know, drama and fake stuff where it doesn't belong, but just putting out the truth of Sebastian Rogers' case. Okay, I'll shut up.
But essentially, Seth says on the Pascal show, when Pascal specifically tries to nail it down with him, he says, listen, I viewed the whole video, and what everybody is seeing is, like, he describes it as a 5x5 card, you know, a smaller video of that. He also says that the time stayed at, I think it was 3:10 or 3:11, that it was sort of stuck. And so he says, well, it was a malfunction of equipment, right? And that is kind of what we're left with from Seth. Then on June 11th, actually, there was Chris comes on solo, and I've also saw Chris and Katie come on about this. But basically, he comes on and he says, listen, I want to address the flashlight thing. We've spoken to TBI. They've really analyzed it, and there's nothing here to see, folks, nothing here to see. Essentially is what he says. You could go ahead and look at that. It's a clip. The best one I liked was the one on June 11th, where he specifically just talks about the flashlight video and basically says, TBI says, nada, nothing here. I want to talk about what Eric Craddock says. He says this on April 2nd in an interview with Nick Barris. And he specifically says about the flashlight video when Nick hammers it in. No evidentiary value. That's a quote. He says that, and then Nick kind of grills him more on it. Well, wait a minute, no evidentiary value now or ever. And he says, well, you know, we don't know what we don't know. It could play a role at a later time. And he also says, I can't tell you what the lights are. That's specifically what Craddock says. This is key to me. I can't tell you what the lights are, but we're trying to say, don't look at the lights. Okay. So this is my take on all this. By the way, 310 is the lights that he's referring to. So we have those statements, and this is the bottom. Get a lot of clarification on some things, and The bottom line is, I'm telling you, in my opinion, those lights are important. Those lights are not garbage lights. They are in two different areas. They're in two different directions. There might be other lights that are garbage lights. As far as the time frame, we're only told briefly that Seth recalls that the timekeeper did not roll in what he saw. Okay. I think Seth, and I've heard this said by other creators too. I think Seth and I think Katie and I think Chris are following the party line. It's clear to me Craddock was not giving a direct, clear answer. He's given direct, clear answers before. He gave direct answers about the glasses. He gave a direct written answer about the green hoodie when all of that came out recently. He is not giving direct, clear answers about the lights. And furthermore, he's not giving direct and clear answers about whether the parents are cleared. You know, and I understand why. It's an ongoing investigation. And quite frankly, he hasn't cleared Chris and Katie. People can argue he hasn't cleared Seth, and I will also say that he hasn't.
That there. Whoops. I'm going to stop that there just because I want to give you a chance to say whatever you want to say during this, in your humble opinion.
So, as far as what she has said so far, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with a few things. First of all, she stated that it was 3:11 on the 26th. It was 3:11 on the 23rd. The video, not the 26th, so she cannot take the 3:11 and discount the 23. I also respectfully disagree with her about the garbage lights because, of course, they're not garbage lights because people have come out and said, including Seth, that they were unseen in that video, that you could see it in the big version, not the little area that she was focusing on. And I disagree that they have not given a direct answer. I feel like they have. They've said right now it's of no evidentiary value because as of right now, it's not. That's as clear of an answer as he can give right now. Might it be later in the future? He doesn't know. He's not a fortune teller, so he can't say that. So he's giving the best political answer that he can give to protect any investigation issues that he can, because he can't say there's absolutely positively no investigation value, evidentiary value, and then something comes on later, and then when it goes to court, they can say, well, he said here. No, he gave the best answer he could. And as far as Seth being cleared, I respectfully disagree with her. They have him on video. He is at the jail. He is at work. Why do they need to come out and say he's cleared? I'm sorry, Jennifer Coffindaffer. I love you. I think you're great, but I respectfully disagree with your theory on a few things thus far.
I'm here still. I was trying to do a quick poll. Okay. So agreed on most of what you just said there for sure. The part that I probably will agree with Jennifer Coffindaffer in a sense, and I get why, is because they came out and they stated that any of the videos that they had been given so far had no evidentiary value. Now, I kind of found him like in that video that we had played the other night, and I could play it again if you want, in just a bit here. I found him a little wishy-washy on his answer when he said, you know, could it be used? I think he was meaning, I think that Craddock was like anyone was like with the green hoodie. They're probably like, yes, he had nothing to do with it, or she had nothing to do with it. Whoever that was, he, she, whatever. Okay. Glasses aren't Sebastian's. The boy that was spotted, not Sebastian. But in this case, I think it's one of those things that he was probably wise to say that there's nothing of evidentiary value. And then when asked, well, like basically at some point, and he said, well, we don't know what we don't know. So basically, perhaps, but at this point, there's nothing that we've come across definitely to see it. So I think it was kind of almost like a wishy-washy type of answer towards the end. But by the same, but by that token, maybe not so much wishy-washy as in nothing we have seen with that video leads us to believe anything about flashlights and this and that, and nothing to do with Sebastian by what we know. But is there a possibility at some point, maybe, regardless if it's a flashlight or garbage truck video, that maybe perhaps one day that video might play a part in Sebastian's? But you are correct. Now I did let Jennifer know that the timestamp, because she obviously didn't know that the timestamp was from the 23rd. And because she didn't know about the 2-hour difference that I was talking about, right? Because she was like, oh, wait, whoa, wait, what? What do you mean about the 2 hours? And at that point during the live, I had kind of actually stumbled for sure on my answer back because it had been months since I'd ever remembered Seth giving that interview, and I couldn't remember where I had heard it from, but I knew I had heard it because I wouldn't have repeated that if I didn't know that it had come from a source or the person, right? So I knew I had heard it, but at that particular moment, my brain left me. I was whatever somebody in chat said, Seth, and that's when it dawned on me, right, I know it was Seth that said it. Now, where did he say it? Because I know he did on there. Hence, when Seth was talking about the video, so we know that 311 cannot be used because it was stuck on the 23rd. So she is aware of it now because she, on Twitter, she answered me back, saying thank you. And then, I sent her the attachment. Well, she actually, to be honest with you, tried calling me. But I was at work and I had a phone call, and so I couldn't answer it. So I'd message her to say, like, I can't answer right now. She said she'd try me back later. As of yet, she, like whatever she was doing, but didn't. But regardless, I did send her the thing that went along with what SF said, okay, with regards to that the owner of the camera has multiple times stated that 510 that camera was at. But again, we get the discrepancy from Bobby, but that's third-hand information. But yet, that's Bobby's friend that lives in that home as well, the wife. So Bobby also said that the wife said she's not sure how the video got leaked. Well, obviously it was from them, whether it was her or the husband, but obviously, right? So we know that there's some whatever going on there. But anyways, so other than that, absolutely. Again, everyone that watches me know that I respect Jennifer Coffindaffer. It was just a pleasure to have her on the live. We don't have to agree on everything. Absolutely not. You guys know that she's an retired FBI agent and more than just that, right? So obviously her opinion is going to count to anyone listening as well. But we definitely, one thing, know that we cannot take 3 o'clock as the time frame from the 23rd, right? So that leaves us to only go, well, SF said he showed footage of the Uber for 3:33. We know, oops, Melissa, I think hit the wrong button there or something. And that we know that there was 2 different videos, right? One on Kelly Lynn and one that was on Stafford, right, to that house. So the garbage truck, when they're referring to it on the Stafford one, is different than the one when Bobby said that there's 2 incidents, right? There's 2 different things. But we know that the trash truck video is from Kelly Lynn on that one, which is 2 separate things there. Okay, TBI is saying that, hey, the garbage truck is like up here, type thing where the video is. Not that it's a full-on garbage truck and you're seeing the lights, that you're seeing a little dot, and that they use the February 9th and the 26th, daytime, nighttime to show, okay? And then you have SF Investigates, who says, look, I did a direct interview with the person that was using a flashlight at that time to take down their garbage, and hence why that, which makes sense, but which is true. Which is true. So it leaves everyone again going, what the hey?
I don't know what happened.
Seth,
Like everything
but
went
I've
black
seen
on my
the
screen.
information from Seth's work.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know what happened. Like everything went black. You were cutting in and out. She was froze. I don't know what was going on. So I had to restart. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And Ben, thank you for posting the links of that. Actually, Ben, can you do me another favor? Can you just put up J for Justice and JLR? Can you put up their links for me if you could as well? And even the mob crew, if you could as well. Appreciate that if you could.
And he just wasn't there. So I just wanted to reiterate that this light video, for when you go to watch it, I wanted to give you the sources to look at in terms of what the parents have said. Chris Proudfoot, again, check out the June, I think it was released. I think it was from earlier. Actually, I think it was the Chronicles of Olivia where he initially talks about it. But June 11th is a nice, concise little blurb from Chris Proudfoot about the lights. And March 29th from Seth on the Pascal show at the 9-minute mark. Those all say that basically the lights aren't relevant. And then Craddock says no evidentiary value, but then he backtracks and says, well, he can't really say, he doesn't know what the lights are. You don't know what you don't know. It could play a role. Okay. When you add those 4 statements up from Craddock, that's in my law enforcement experience. He doesn't want to exactly say it's a role, but I think he believes it's a role. And I think that he probably played the same type of discourse, gave the same discourse, I should say, to the parents, even when he showed them the video. And so basically, there would be sort of a meeting of the minds in terms of what was disseminated to the public. What I don't understand, and believe me, I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking. These cases are so hard. I know they've worked their rear ends off, their tails off. Their commitment to these cases, just like your commitment to following Sebastian Rogers, what's happening, where's he at, all of that commitment, that's their commitment. Every day that they're out there searching for him through, now they're not searching him more, but they are searching for him through an evidentiary intel method, trying to track down leads and follow him. Again, that's also what Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night are doing. That's what they're doing. They're taking kind of the scraps, anything that comes in, they're running it down. And I'm so grateful that somebody's running it down, because you never know when it's going to be the right tip. Having said all that, though, I'm just surprised, if indeed it's what I think, and that it is that those lights could be important, that they didn't want to give people a time frame. And this is why this is important. Maybe you go back and you think, oh, wow, I remember as a neighbor getting up at 3:10, like I thought I heard something. Or, 3:10, geez, I thought I saw a light out my window. So when you narrow it down for the public now, and again, I know what they said, and that the machine was stuck at that time. You have to kind of consider it, but there has been no one say, and I went back and looked, that it was a 2-hour time frame. And that.
So that's where we'll stop that again. So at this point of the live, Jennifer still is under the impression that the video was on the 26th and stuck at 3:11. Okay. She doesn't realize that the video was stuck on the 23rd at 3:11. So that's why we can't use anything in that sense of what time that video was. The only person, again, TBI know, the owner of that video knows, and whoever else he told whether it was FS Investigates, as FS Investigates has said that the owner has said that the video was for at 5:10. We cannot take the 3:11 time whatsoever because it was on a different date. But again, Jennifer is talking about this as if it's the 26th, and so even give or take, it's around the 3 o'clock area. So again, so that part to me, there's nobody that can sit there that like us without us hearing it ourselves out of the horse's mouth, which is either, well, all we can do is take it out of TBI's mouth, I guess, from Seth and Christopher Proudfoot, but the actual physical person that owns that. And again, this just gets all twisted in a sense. And what did she say there? And then so when she's talking about the 2-hour window, and nowhere that did Seth say about the 2-hour window, that was me that said the 2-hour window when Jennifer was on the live. And that's when I said, oh wait, Jennifer, remember that video is 2 hours difference. Well, again, I mean, it's not that Seth said that in the sense of, he said, well, it was out 2 hours. What he said is that the video from TBI, and that they could determine the time because of the garbage truck. So obviously if the garbage truck comes at 5:12, and like Seth said, that video, that no garbage truck, he said, comes at 3 o'clock or 3:11 or 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And so that's why he had talked about referencing the garbage truck at 5:12. So that's a 2-hour difference from, say, 3 o'clock versus, say, 5 o'clock in the morning, knowing full well that the stamp is on the 23rd, though, right? So that's what Seth was saying. So for the 15 minutes that he watched the video of TBI, for the 15 minutes that he viewed it, it was at 3:11 that entire time. But again, you just have to remember 3:11 was referencing from the 23rd. We don't know what time that video was. So the only time, in a sense, that we can go by, like if we were trying to look at what the information is that's out there, is by what Seth and what Christopher had said, that it was when the garbage truck had come. And right, people can try to justify that. So again, this is Jennifer's thoughts, her opinions on this. Again, I respect what, everyone's right to believe what they want still regardless. But this is where it's confusing in the sense to the public, because you want to know, does that video have any significant value to it, regardless of the time stopping? It's a matter of, if people are deeming it as a flashlight video, but really it has no value to that, and it's not even truly what it is that we are, seeing, or is it more truthful that it's at 5:12 when it happened? It doesn't matter. What matters is, did any of that video pick up anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian? So it's really up to you to determine if you still believe that they're flashlights, hence why I just did that poll, or hence if you believe, what Seth and Christopher are saying about, the TBI telling them that it was, when the garbage truck came, which is like around 5:12 in the morning, and whether or not you believe SF Investigates, which says that he spoke to the owner, and the owner said it was at 5:10, but basically around that time. Okay, so we'll leave that part at that for sure.
It was the trash trucks. In terms of, I'm not saying the parents, because they definitely said words to that effect. But what was the motivation for that? Anyway, I believe those lights are significant. And I kind of intimated that before, but because I was on a live and a question came up about the mechanism, the recorder not properly working, and that actually it was said that it was 2 hours off, which now we know that is absolutely not true. And I'm here to say.
So that's not fact. So that part's not fact. We absolutely do not know that that part is not true about 2 hours. Again, if it's getting based upon a 3:11 time from the 23rd and not the 26th, and that if Seth said that it was when the trash trucks came and the trash truck comes at 5:12, that's a 2-hour difference regardless to the 3 o'clock narrative, right? So we don't know that that's not fact whatsoever. Truth is, again, the only person that knows that could give us that information if they spoke, you know, was the actual person that owns that camera that came out, because TBI has told Seth and Christopher what they've told them already, right? It's not like they're going to come out to us again, probably not about this whole flashlight video, unless by chance down the road it ever has something to do at all with Sebastian's disappearance, right? Which could happen regardless if it's a flashlight video or a garbage video, right? But for them, they've distinctly said to us, no, it has no evidentiary value. But to me, to say that that is absolutely not true about the 2 hours, no. So that is very true. But again, I'm not basing it off 3:11 from the 23rd or 3 o'clock, because we don't know anything about 3 o'clock. What we know is that what Seth and that was told, and perhaps what SF has said, that he talked to the owner, you know, and we have nothing. Is there anybody watching right now? Okay, knowing that the time is stuck at 3:11 on February 23rd, what else can we associate for us having knowledge that this video at all represented the 3 o'clock area? Melissa, do you know of anything?
No, because I mean, I respectfully disagree with her on that, because like you said, it is stuck on the 23rd at 3:11. We know he disappeared on the 26th. We know that this video is told to TBI to be from the 26th, that the date and time are stuck. So I'm sorry, but if the trash came at 5:12 and it is stuck at 3:11, that is 2 hours. There's no other way to say it except for that. And I do agree with her in one aspect of what she said, and that was that maybe somebody will remember something if they had come out and said it was not at 3:11. But she is pushing this 3:11 as if it's the real time, and I have to disagree with her on this, because Seth and them have come out and said that in the unseen part of that video was the trash truck, and the trash came at 5:12. So that tells me that's 2 hours.
Yeah. Yep. Just doing one thing here, if you don't mind. Sebastian. What's his name? Oh,
so I answered on your poll.
Yeah.
I answered that I believe it's a flashlight, because I do believe that suspect 2 is a flashlight. And per TBI and Seth, the trash truck could not be seen on that video. That's why I say flashlight and not both garbage and flashlight.
Yeah. Well, and just 2 secs here. Don't know why his video is coming in blurry here. Let me just give me 1 second. No. Why can't I find it all of a sudden? All the time I can find when he's talking, like on the news, then like, why can't I find it all of a sudden? I'm like, whenever I look for Nick Perez, right? There's the news thing on Channel 5 or whatever it is, and I can always find it. But for some reason, I'm trying to pull it up right now, and I can't. And then so his Facebook one is blurry to that. But anyways, let's finish off with Jennifer Coffin.
That I think those lights could be quite significant. And I challenge each of you on here to look at those lights, make your own assessments. Don't let me tell you, don't let Chris Proudfoot tell you, don't let Seth tell you, don't let Nick Barris tell you, or Craddock tell you. Use your common sense, use your eyes and see what you see. I've done it over and over again, and that's what I see. And I think it is significant because we know at 6, he apparently wasn't there for to believe Katie Proudfoot. And now I think we have somewhat of a time frame. Did the neighbor that had that recording really have just a broken time mechanism? Maybe. Or is that what we're being told? Is that what's being filtered to us? And if so, why? Believe me, as a former FBI agent, I am not all about it all trying to, muddle up an investigation, hurt an investigation. In fact, quite the opposite. Spreading the word about Sebastian's face, spreading his name, Sebastian Rogers. The more it proliferates, the more somebody might have seen something or heard something or have something that they know, especially at that time of night, that could be important and helpful. Why they want to keep it more quiet, I have an idea. I'm really not going to say it. I think some of you could put your FBI agent and investigator hats on as to why and who they might try to be protecting. But suffice it to say, I feel very strongly that light video is indeed purposeful in their investigation. And I think that's why Craddock left it at, we don't know what we don't know, and it could play a role.
Okay. That's pretty much the end of that. Okay. So again, just to reiterate, when Jennifer did say, like, about the time, she didn't know that there was the timestamp that was on the video. And so when she did reference it today, she mentioned it as the 26th because she didn't know. So it wasn't something that was getting pushed out there. That is fact about the time, but she didn't know that specifically, at the time. And so Melissa, this is where it goes to this. So there's some key things that Jennifer thought that were reasons why Ellie might want to suppress this video in a sense, and for certain reasons about why like they would say that. I just personally can't understand why TBI would torture the parents, in a sense how I see it, by telling them a false narrative for no reason. That's not something that I feel like that TBI would do to any parents that are missing a child, to call them into the station, to show them a video, show them exactly how, like the video of that neighbors, considering the reason why it was shown to them is because even Seth was like going, like, what's going on here? Does this have something to do with Sebastian? And they wanted to show them why it didn't, or like there was no evidentiary value, and they wanted to show them about where the lights were coming from, the time, etc., why they used February 9th, okay? So I can't for the life of me understand why TBI would want to play such a cruel joke on the parents to make them believe it was something that it wasn't. Does that make sense? Good night, Carol.
I agree.
Like, I mean, like, I get the fact that people think that, maybe they're like, they didn't want that. Like, this is the way people are thinking. Like, they didn't want that video out. So they're basically lying about it because truly they just wanted to keep it underneath their belt. But why would you call the parents in to tell them it was a garbage truck video? To me, you would just simply keep that. You would not, and if there was evidence to that, I can't see them showing the parents a video if that actually held evidence. Why would they show evidence to the family members. You and I both know, and like I said, Jennifer has her own thoughts on this, but that if there's evidence, like kind of like the Delphi case, you're not going to be telling the family members about it because you don't want that information getting out there, so why would they tell the parents, to me, if it had any evidentiary value? They would just keep that close to their vest and wait for answers to come out of that video if there was something to do with it. But that's not what they did. They called in the parents to say, hey, look, this is why. So that, to me, goes against the grain of the other. You there, Missy? Well, I mean, I know your mic's off. Melissa. Oh, she's obviously having some sort of issues with the live stream today all of a sudden. Okay, so anyways, thank you, Jennifer Coffindaffer, for that and her thoughts on that. And again, she said she'd be doing a live, probably relatively quick, I would assume, with the mob crew, based on the light video as well. And oh, there she comes back. You're just having some issues there, aren't you, Missy?
I am. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if weather's affecting it or what.
Yes. Yeah, something is. Anyways, you know what? So thank you, Ben, for sending me that link, because this is exactly what I was going to show. So I just do want to show that one again. Okay. So this was the original video that was put out by Nick Perez, and we're going to show the one where he's doing it on the news, on the station. There it is here. Okay. So we're going to play that. So we'll just play this out. It's 3 minutes long.
Begin with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show two people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers.
Okay, hold on a second. Got to stop that for a second. You already see where the problem is right there?
Yeah, he's showing it with the cropped version. It's not the original where the date and time are.
No, what he said about the time. Okay, I'll play that. Where am I? Hold on. So, and this is why Jennifer's saying 3:10 versus the 3:11, is because we're people that remember this part of the video. Hold on a second. I got to close down some of these tabs. I just got way too many open here. Second here.
Yeah, where he stated that it was 3:11.
He said 3:10.
Is that what you're talking about? Oh, well, 3:10, yeah.
Yeah, let me play this again. Okay. Listen to what he said.
An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show two people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night.
But it's not.
You see the problem there? He used the time of 3:10.
Exactly, so and it's not. He's using the time that was on that video, but not the date.
But right. So clearly the time, and he's saying 3:10. Obviously it says 3:11. So right there, misinformation is being misconstrued, because he's not, like, it's obviously 3:11 on the 23rd. So he's reporting this wrong so far, as per what we know is 3:11 on the 23rd. So although the video is from the 26th, but he's using the same time as the video, and this is where things have gone wonky. So I get it. So, but let's see what he says still.
Pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1.
I want to stop there as well, because when you're looking at this, right? So when you're looking at that part right here, right? That angle is wrong. Hence why, right? Now it's being deemed as that camera was facing that direction. And so everyone that's originally following this video, not only are they hearing 3:10, which has a jam date there from the 23rd, now they're also getting the angle from the home, right? Because obviously on the road is the home with the camera. So everyone has now conjured up that these lights at the start, when everything was coming out, that these lights are in this area of what is being shown. Because at this point, you're believing that the camera angle of the camera that's looking at the trucks, because you don't know that until later on, right? Like a month or 2 later, that this is not the camera angle. But everyone's trying to apply the lights to this angle. And that was incorrect. Obviously, we know now that the angle goes straight up the road because it's facing the trucks, and it's going basically like we had shown on Google Maps. It's going straight up. Now, we don't know ourselves, even though I know that it's out there. I think it was SF that had put out like the angle of the camera, like meaning where it could see on the thing, right? And maybe I'll find that again. But we're being misled to believe that those lights are coming from this. You guys get that, right? So, and right, Melissa?
So, yes, I agree. And I just want to point out that this was very irresponsible reporting on Channel 5 and Nick Barris, because they should have noticed that not only the time was stuck, but the date was stuck. And they should have looked at where that camera was pointing, because they are the ones breaking this, right? He's the one breaking this video. Mm-hmm. So he should have, it was very, in my opinion, very irresponsible of him to say, A, that it was at 3:11 when the time and date were stuck. It was irresponsible of them and bad reporting to say that it's facing an area that it's not. Because if you want somebody to listen to something, right, and you tell them what it says, that's what they're going to hear, right?
Yeah.
So if you tell somebody that you're reporting on that, hey, it's facing this area here, and it's of this time and this date, that's what they're going to go with, because they have nothing else to go on, because that's what you as a reporter are telling them. And so it's very irresponsible and bad reporting for them not to notice the date and time to get their facts straight of where that camera was actually pointing, because now they've got people believing that original narrative, which is false.
So let me stop you there. So I'll raise my hand like everybody else, like a lot of other people, and in chat say yes if you as well believed. When I was personally seeing this light video, I was contributing it to the direction that he was pointing, as if he was giving us that camera angle. And so I was trying to, like everybody else, associate those lights to that, what do we call it again? The green belt, or the common area. Okay. So I know I did. I was sitting there going, okay, if this light's here and this light's here, right? Put up your hand if you did. Okay. He remembers that video, and now it's the narrative. Yes, absolutely. Why didn't you agree with me when I said it, Ben? Thought we loved each other. Oh my God. Okay, Ben. He does, because he loves stuff now. But anyways, but right. But you guys understand that, right? Because that's what I did as well. I was trying to represent those lights to this area because that's what he showed, right? Let alone the time, but that part. And so that's why everyone's looking that way, because we didn't have the knowledge that the camera was actually facing up the street. Okay. So anyways, we'll continue on with this video. 1 second here. Okay. And by the way, so this is why Seth is mad at Nick Perez, because he's pissed off how this was shown and the drama that it created, and then TBI telling them about the trash truck. And this is why he wouldn't take his calls anymore. I could probably find where he said that he wasn't answering his calls anymore, because he put that in his postings, type of things. Like, meaning Nick Perez, again, this wasn't with ill intent, but as a news reporter giving coverage, this was represented absolutely wrong in how it was represented, for sure, which has caused this whole debacle now. Oh, I hit play, but okay.
In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity.
Hold on. Okay, so we got to stop that there again. We do. Okay. So when we think about what SF Investigates said about the person that came down, that they had interviewed, that came down with the flashlight and then goes back up quickly. So just think about this. Somebody's coming down their driveway from an elevated driveway that's up further up Stafford, right? And they got their flashlight, and they're saying that they do. And this is if, again, right, it's coming from SF Investigates, okay, saying that he spoke to the person with the flashlight that was coming down with his garbage. He was coming down with his flashlight, according to the owner of the home. And then, of course, he's going back up. And so in here, we are hearing, so I don't believe that was the the trash truck, in a sense, that Ellie was talking about. I know that Gray Hughes said that, christen that, but obviously to me, that ain't no trash truck. That's because that's the only one it would be to me, was that one. The other one you can definitely tell are lights that have the stationary thing, whatever they were told. We weren't there. And again, we're just going off the information they gave, but I can imagine somebody at 5 a.m. whipping their ass down, put out the garbage, and then then they're basically running back up to their, up the driveway there. So when he says that, and then you see subject number 2, like basically racing back up or racing back, because again, you guys, just like you're looking at on the video, that's how we thought the lights were. We thought the lights were in that location. So hence why, these weird comments about backyard, or the guy must have been putting his garbage in the backyard then, or this and that. No, is because this wasn't the proper representation that we were led to believe of where those lights were coming from, right? So when you go up Stafford, and it makes sense what SF says, that the guy with the flashlight is coming down to take his garbage, and then he's zooming back up, basically, right? That makes more sense because this is the wrong angle, and it's that simple. But anyways, we'll play it out quickly here.
In the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Nick. Of course, the search for Sebastian continues, with detectives now looking into any possibility of foul play. If you think you can help, call.
Okay, and we'll go back to that just for the sake of it. Okay. So, based on, hold on, I'm feeling naked right now. Just hold on. There we go. Okay. So, based on that at all, has it changed anybody's mind according to this poll that I just put out? Does anybody else understand that the direction that he, and this, like I said, why is Seth is mad? Because the direction that he presented was as if the flashlights, or since the flashlight video, we'll deem it as, is coming from there, let alone he led you to believe 3:10 was the time. And I had thought in my head, and maybe he did it in a live later, but I thought on this video that he actually said that it was jammed, like that it was stuck. And so unless there is another video out there, but anyways, in this video that he did on the news, he clearly stated 3:10, which is close enough to 3:11, showed it and represented it like it was the 26th, hence why Jennifer Coffindaffer thought it was the 26th and said 3:10, right? And again, the camera leads you to believe that it's between the common ground area when it's not even facing that way. So is there anyone that might now have changed their mind a little bit? That's still a flashlight's in the video, but perhaps SF is absolutely correct that it's the person coming down and then zipping back up their elevated driveway. What do you think?
I just want to say real quick in reference to the last part of that video, he makes it seem like that's what it is. He is representing to us what he sees that it is. But to my knowledge, he has never came out and said, folks, I'm sorry. The date was stuck. The time was stuck. I had the angle wrong. At least something I can say for Mob Crew is when he realized he was wrong, he came on and he said, sorry, folks, I was wrong. This is why. And Nick Ferris has never done that. So he has misrepresented this video to millions of people. He's got people believing it's something that it's not, but is not correcting himself. So there's still a lot of people out there. Well, Nick Barris said, Nick Barris was wrong, and you've proven that. And I wish he would just come out and say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to misrepresent it. I'm not saying he did it intentionally, but it's very bad and irresponsible reporting for the News Channel 5 and for Nick Barris to put this out there and represent it as something it's not, and then not come back and say, oh, sorry, folks, the time was stuck. The angle was wrong. Let's correct that. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Well, surely she's yelling at us. No, I have not changed my mind, and I will continue to believe that these are flashlights coming from the PF house. Garbage trucks don't drive down the middle of someone's backyard.
And Shirley, that is your opinion. You have taken what you've seen by both sides and you've made your opinion. So I'm not going to argue that with you. I feel like you're wrong. I respectfully disagree with you on that, but that is your opinion. And we're all allowed to have our opinions. And all we ask, or sorry, all that Sunny has asked is that you look at the evidence that she has shown you and make up your own mind. And that is what you've done.
Yep. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, because that's my opinion. And it's different from Shirley's. It's, obviously, and it's different from a lot of other people's. And we can say that, and Shirley, because if we look at the poll that was put out to you guys based on only like 34 votes, but it's still 34 votes. 68% believe it's the flashlight video. 3% believe it's the garbage video. Both flashlight and garbage, 9%, and 21% have no clue. But you can still see that the vast majority, no matter anything that you say, regardless, that the majority of people want to or do believe that this is a flashlight video. And that, obviously to go with that it's something to do with Sebastian's time. There's no proof of the time of this video that's out to the public, besides only by word of mouth through SF Investigates or Seth and Chris, right? The timestamp is out there, so we know that was from 3:10 or 3:11. Diaz me saying 3:10 now. At that time, so again, it was honestly, this whole live tonight was just about wanting to put out the good, the bad, and the ugly. You guys can decide for yourself. I know where my mind personally sits with this. If it changes because of other information, absolutely it will. I would like to clarify, still like some more, just a couple of things about the video in itself, because of the discrepancy a little bit about Christopher Proudfoot saying that the light up top there is on Honeysuckle, a garbage truck, versus what SF is saying, which is that he talked to the person that had the flashlight that morning. So, Shirley, let me be clear. When somebody uses caps, that is like yelling. Doesn't mean that you're physically yelling. Blah, that's physically saying that you're trying to make your statement loud and clear how you feel, which is deemed as speaking louder. Okay. So anyone knows in here that using caps, people take that as, like, whoa, this person's using caps, and it's deemed as yelling. Okay. So it's not like you're literally yelling, but that's what caps mean. And then you soften it, and then you take the caps off, and then you use that. So that's what that means. Okay. Regardless if you feel like that means that or not, you're trying to basically point out that, no, you have not changed your mind. This is whatever. And then and then it gets softer. Okay. So anyone knows in chat that caps means it comes off like yelling. Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. Just trying to get the attention. And exactly that, right? Exactly. So usually when that happens, it's because someone's being more vocal to show something. So that's all exactly it means. Not that you're physically like yelling at us going, ah. Okay. So, right. It worked. You got the attention.
But you're allowed your opinion. We're not saying you're not allowed your opinion, because you are. You're allowed your opinion. But yeah, it's considered yelling. But it's like she said, it was,
it's just
it was to get the attention. But she reads all these anyway, so she would have seen it.
Yeah. So again, you guys can go work through that information. We've told you the channels that that we've gone to look at. You guys can go to those yourself. You guys can go to SF Investigates, look at all his information to do with Sebastian, the timeline and all that stuff, regardless of all the kind of like mean and nasty things that he says. And I just want to clarify this too, because he's done the same thing to Nick the Hat as well. Just like a full-on war with him and stuff like that. It's almost like, again, the guy's ego is, way beyond his height, I'm sure. But it's one of those things that, how he attacks people and how he goes about it, I think is just quite ignorant, and stuff like that. I don't care that he blocked me during the last night's live. If he didn't like the fact that I said that Mob Crew was genuine and I didn't agree with his opinion, and he wants to, whatever his reason is, and he wants to act like a little kid in the sandbox and block me, don't care, dude. I just want your information. I just want to use your information. I want to use Seth's information, Katie's information, Proudfoot's information. I just want to use it all. Nick Barris's information, and have you guys do the same thing so that you guys in your heads, like we're all trying to do, that we know that Sebastian didn't Houdini from the home. How did Sebastian disappear? What happened to Sebastian? And our closest way of even trying to understand that is understanding the timeline of what could have possibly transpired, what could have happened to Sebastian. Anyways, with that being said, I know that my husband wants to go to bed now. So Melissa, I'll give you your final say about tonight's live, about Sebastian Rogers, Green Hearts, of course. And just quickly, thank you to Carolyn for becoming a new YouTube member with It's a Crime and Shame. You can now use those Sebastian avatars that I made. And Sport with Stefa says you're doing a great job. And thank you guys for hitting all the likes and everything like that. But go ahead, Melissa. What's your final kind of thoughts tonight on everything?
Yeah, I just want to start by saying, first of all, sorry about the beginning when my mute was not on, but Sebastian, honey, you're loved. If you can hear this, if you're out there, reach out to your dad, Seth. Honey, he loves you and is looking for you. As far as everybody else goes, like I've said several times already, just look at the information and factor it in. Keep an open mind. Because like I've said, if the time on the video was stuck at 3:11 on the 23rd, you cannot take it as that means it was 3:11 on the 26th. The time was stuck. The date was stuck. If you still believe that that's a trash truck and a flashlight and in the Proudfoot's yard and in the common area, then that is your opinion. And I will respectfully disagree, but it's your opinion to have. Just take the information and make up your own mind, and don't be misled by misinformation and irresponsible reporting of people who don't put the whole story out there.
Right. And after I listened to this one again, Melissa, honestly, I'm very disappointed in it now that I have hindsight to look back at with this one with Nick Perez, making a claim about the 310, hence why, like I said, Jennifer Coffindaffer reviews that time. The only person that said 310 then is him. All right. And so for Jennifer Coffindaffer to repeat 310, it's obviously coming from because of Nick's mouth here. At no point did he say that it was stuck on the 23rd. And at no point did he make us believe that the camera was facing a different way than the common yard than it was. So again, God gave us brains, gave us them to use common sense and use it. So just put your own thoughts together and then decide what you think happened to Sebastian. But at the end of the day, honestly, the only thing I see right now is either that the LE are looking for a break in the case that's going to guide them, whether it's towards the Proudfoots, whether it's towards a third-party person. Other than that, they're waiting for that break in the case with it. Mostly you're a gem. What kind of gem, Ben? What kind of gem? Diamond? A diamond in the rough?
Coal, is that considered a gem?
Yeah. Hi, Mark. Okay. But anyways, with that being said, I feel like this was a great live tonight versus yesterday's, hence why yesterday's is in membership only. This was the live that I wanted today. Project the different sides, the different views, whether it's of Jennifer Coffindaffer, Mob Crew, whether it's from Bobby telling a different story, whether it's from SF investigates. Again, there's multiple people out there covering the story. Nick the Hat, you guys can go to his channel as well. Dog the Bounty Hunter, and then they have done some a live on that as well, talking about the case. And at night on Twitter, you guys can go look at all the information being put out there. And again, it's just using that information to, to try to understand what truly did happen to Sebastian Rogers. And that's the most important part of all this anyway. So prayers to Seth and the family members that truly are trying to help understand and find what happened to Sebastian Rogers. And of course, prayers that Sebastian Rogers is still alive and that, one day he will come home back to his dad. That would be the greatest. That would be an amazing ending to this case for sure. Regardless of if somebody did something where he's still alive, that would just be an amazing. I would just, knowing how Seth is just so devastated, it would just be awesome to see Sebastian come back into his arms. I would love it. But anyways, prayers for Sebastian Rogers in this case, you guys. And thank you guys from the mods, to the people coming in, to the people giving the likes. Again, just information out there. And we'll do a live again in the next day or two with regards to Sebastian Rogers. I'll have Alexa come on as well, and which is the criminal profiler. Have her have her thoughts on there. Might reach out to Ken Maines, be like, hey, bud. Hey, Detective Maines, you got any time? Anyways, you guys.
Does that mean I get a break? You're going to have her
Hey?
come on. Does that mean I get a break?
Who?
You have Alexa come on. Does that mean I get a break?
Oh yeah, you can. You can always decline whenever you want. I always just put the offer out there. If somebody's busy and doesn't have time, that's perfectly fine. I can handle a live all by myself. I'm a big girl and I got big pull-ups. All right. Anyways, thank you so much, you guys. Have a great night and take care. And see you soon. All right. Gotta go find the outro. Just hold on, people. Give me a second. All right. Ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's only light. Without an unknown, we stand and fight. And